Let us pray. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interests of the people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodigheid wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelele elizwe letu nabantu balo, umasili ukulunga kipondu letu. Nkosi sikelele I Afrika, klina bantuano bayo, kokela inkokeli zayo, inike ekolo I Afrika. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. You may be seated. Order. Good afternoon, everybody. And just before I begin, I would just like to apologize for our members and guests and members of the press who were online waiting for our sitting to begin today. We had an unfortunate incident of some smoke in the building, which wasn't too drastic, thank goodness. But we are happy to be able to begin the sitting slightly late, but at least be able to do so. So thank you very much and a warm welcome to everyone here today. I would just like, before we start the proceedings, to remind our members about some of the rules and just to ensure that all our members in virtually and not in the chamber be reminded that we have good data connectivity and that they ensure that they have good quality audio and video and that there are no disturbances wherever they are. And please note that the hybrid system has been functioning well. Poor audio will not be attributed to this system, but rather the quality of your data connectivity. Just to remind, the media is also being granted to this MS Teams meeting as guests of the WCPP. However, members of the press may not use the chat room or speak or activate the cameras while the sitting is in progress. Honourable members, just to remind yourselves about the language translation services which are available in the chamber as usual, and those that are not are able to use a second device. And finally, honourable members are reminded that no interjections are permitted during the hybrid sittings. And to this end, I draw the honourable members' attention to Rule 40 of the Standing Rules. I now recognise the Chief Whip of the Opposition Party.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As per the order paper, I move that the House adopt motion number 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the Chief Whip, not the Chief Whip of the Opposition Party. Are there any objections to the motion? No objections. Agreed to. I recognise the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As per the order paper, the motion number 2 printed in my name, I move that the House adopt. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion? No objections. Agreed to. Thank you very much. We now move over in terms of Rule 197 to interpellations. If we can ask that the Honourable Minister Mania begin interpellation 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and also thank you to the Honourable Member for putting this question, which of course covers the very important issue of safety in our schools. Deputy Speaker, we need to find ways to make our schools safer, and so we plan to spend 76.1 million rand this year on securing our schools and promoting the safety of learners at school. We committed to constructing secure fencing at 30 schools every year for 5 years as part of the Western Cape Safety Plan. We will, in fact, reach that target of 150 schools over 5 years, a full year ahead of schedule, completing fencing at the final 30 schools in this financial year. We are also expanding the number of school resource officers in our schools, which are law enforcement officers stationed at our schools to tackle crime and safety matters. This year, we will fund an additional 18 school resource officers, bringing the total number of officers deployed in our schools to 46. And we will add another 18 and the year after that, another 18, for a total of 82 SROs in our schools. The new officers will be stationed in Khayelitsha, in Westbank, in Delft, in Hanover Park, and in Philippi, where they are needed most. And we are continuing with our existing activities to help keep learners and teachers safe at schools. We are providing subsidies for the holiday security to 436 schools, and we continue to subsidize security on an emergency basis. 860 schools will receive school safety plan training in the current year, and we will support schools that do not have a plan in place to develop and, of course, implement one. Our district support teams implement a variety of positive behavior and training programs. Sessions on trauma-informed schools and emotional first aid training have also reached thousands of teachers across the province. Our Safe Schools holiday program has just taken place during the winter holidays, providing learners with a safe environment and positive activities to keep them out of harm's way when schools are closed. Of course, anyone can report a school safety incident to the toll-free Safe Schools call center by calling 0800 45 4647. As well as safety incidents, the call center provides support and referrals on a variety of psychosocial issues at school. But of course, we cannot, as the Honourable Member knows, we cannot overcome the safety challenge of our schools on our own. We work closely with law enforcement, with NGOs, and with other Western Cape government departments to tackle safety in a holistic way. But we also need the support of our communities. Someone somewhere knows who the culprits are, and they need to speak up. As always, we urge the public to report any suspicious activity in and around our schools to SAPS or the Safe Schools hotline immediately, as this can make all the difference in apprehending the perpetrators and recovering stolen property, and in the end, keeping our schools safe in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And now recognise the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the reply. Minister, you know that the problem is that, the gangsters always outsmart authorities. That is what they do. And it's shocking to know that in the paper, these gangsters, or whoever they are, came with guns. They had a plan how to access the school. Now, the problem is that, you can have all the security, and as you said, communities must be involved. I want to know the SGBs, do they play a role when it comes to our schools? I was amazed the other day when I visited the school in Mitchell's Plain, where the principal told us that the learners now have tattoos and they belong to gangs, and that brings extra attention to our schools. So the gangs are so clever to infiltrate our schools through the learners. And I don't know how we're going to do that. And I know, as a member, I know that your primary responsibility is education and not community safety. But it seems to me we will have to look at a whole of a society approach, because education cannot do it alone. But we need to get the culprits, and we need to make sure that our learners are safe in our schools. That is important, because you do not want learners to be terrified going to school, sitting in school, don't know what's going to happen next. Because I know, and as you know, sometimes learners must lay flat on their stomach because of gunshots going out. I just heard in Manenberg the other day, in one single street, 20 bullets was shot at, but luckily, the perpetrator was caught and arrested. So this happens in the townships every day, where guns, stolen guns, and we don't know. I just said to the Minister of Community Safety, we don't know where they get the ammunition from, we don't know where they get the guns from, but I am so terrified that some of these guns are entering our schools. So this is a serious matter, and that's why I brought it. I mean, in Khayelitsha, can you go so low to rob and take school equipment? take a parent's car and speed off with it. I mean, we need to do something, but I agree with you. It should be, community should be involved, education and all law enforcement should be involved. But this is a serious issue, Minister, and I know your department cannot do it alone. But we need to get the community involved, we need to get SGBs involved and everybody, because education is fundamental for learners to be in schools and get quality education for what your department stands for. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. And now recognise the Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for this particular response. It goes without saying that the safety of our learners and teachers are paramount at our schools. In addition, that our school property is being guarded against crime as well. Our learners clearly deserve to benefit from the resources provided from them without it being stolen or being vandalized. The Minister mentioned the winter holiday program, and I do know that the department does subsidize security during holidays. I would like to find out what the subsidization is for security at schools during the holiday season, especially for the winter holiday programs. And further, what I would like to find out is what is the type of collaboration that the department has with SAPS when it comes to crime, and particularly vandalism and gangsterism at schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognise the Honourable Sayed.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, firstly allow me to thank our colleague, Member Christians, for a very relevant for a very, very relevant question and interpellation, which addresses the sad reality facing poor and working class schools. The Honourable Christians has raised these matters sharply when we've been on our various oversight visits. So thank you, Member Christians. In addition to the incident which Member Christian speaks about, a very, very sad incident, earlier this year also we found the principal of the St. Augustine's Primary School in Witterbome was robbed at gunpoint in the schoolyard. In April 2023, a teacher was held up at gunpoint and robbed of his cell phone and jacket at the Masivuke Primary School in Browns Farm, Philippi, Deputy Speaker. These incidents have raised serious questions about school safety in our province and have caused so much fear and anxiety amongst learners, teachers, and school staff. Safety of our learners, our teachers, and our staff is paramount. And sadly, MEC Mania's department has failed dismally to guarantee it. Sadly, the DA provincial government has failed to empower our communities to be at the forefront in the fight against crime. Instead, we find that support is taken away from the community policing forums. The Western Cape Education Department's stated commitment to providing school safety has not been matched by its actions on the ground. The ANC in the province has been calling for school resource officers to be deployed to all our schools in crime hotspot areas. We have also called on the Department of Education to fix broken fences and not blame it every time on the community.
Thank you.
And to ensure that all school fences that meet the norms and standards are put in place. And we reiterate our call for CCTV cameras and for alarm systems to be put in schools and to be functioning.
Thank you very much. I recognise the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the problem that we are facing now, when learners go through this trauma and educators as well, I want to know from the Minister, is there any psychosocial support for these learners? Because now they go through that trauma and they must still excel in school. I'm reminded in a year ago where it was reported at Heinz Park Primary where a teacher was shot and killed. Now, Minister, the problem that I have, that the ACDP have, is that we still have too many people not completing school. We have dropouts, and them are recruited by gangs, and they then in turn become gangsters. So it seems to me that's an ongoing problem. And, you know, we must make sure that our learners complete school, because that is the problem. So when they leave school, they are not qualified. It means that they are vulnerable to belong to a gang. And gangsters offer big money, offer large incentives. So what do we do to incentivize our learners to complete matric? I know, you know, I'm saying this is a systemic problem if we don't have this whole of society approach. And I know it's on education, but we need to make sure that our learners stay in school so that they are not recruited by gangs. Yesterday, being out in Stellenbosch, I visited a home there, and you know, the learner was proud to show me on his arm, he said, this party is not for me. I don't want to join, or I don't want to speak to you because I'm a 28. And when I approached him, I said, what does it mean? Because I don't know what it means. And he then left. He said, speak my mother. So this is learners that were in school still this year, and now they're roaming the streets. And this is the problem that I'm facing. So social support, what are we doing to keep our learners in school? And lastly, what is the incentives? I think we should make, if I look at some schools, we have very minimal dropout rates. That is a fact. But when you go to township schools, the majority of children drop out. So surely we can learn from the schools that is successful and apply it to schools where we have big numbers of dropouts. So like I say, it's a debate, it's an ongoing debate. But the primary reason for asking the question is we need to keep our learners safe, and we need to retain our learners in school so that we can have a successful, you know, education department. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honourable Minister Mania.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I've said, we need to find ways to make schools safer, and it's precisely for that reason that we will be spending 76.1 million rand this year on securing our schools and promoting the safety of learners at schools. School governing bodies and the department does cooperate in making our schools safer. And in the case of the which you cited, the department did in fact act swiftly to improve security procedures at the school, and counselling, which you did raise, was provided to staff and members involved. But as you allude, this case was an exception. The school had all the proper access control and security in place, but the perpetrators pretended to be parents and got past access control, and I'm pleased to say that that has now been addressed by the department and the school. And of course, the department does provide social psychological support both to learners and teachers, and we do have positive behaviour programs to detect and prevent the high dropout rate at our schools. The Honourable Member mentions our winter support programs. We supported 436 schools with a winter support program this year. We have not yet got the statistics, which we will make public during the course of the next 2 weeks. But I can say that in previous years, we have had about 42 incidents, which last year, which is just slightly higher than the 38 incidents in the previous year. But again, Deputy Speaker, I think the Honourable Khalid Sayed is once again listening with his mouth and not his ears. The department, in fact, does a great deal, as I've outlined, in securing our schools, improving access control, more fences, more law enforcement with 86 school resource officers, training schools and teachers on safety measures, running positive behaviour interventions and holiday programs for learners, providing a safe schools call centre to provide support and referrals on security incidents to schools. And of course, most importantly, working closely with law enforcement agencies, NGOs and other government departments to ensure that our learners remain safe at school. I think we should remember, in the case that the honourable member cited, the words of the chairperson of the Harare CPF, Funeka Soldat, when she said, "You cannot tell me a single person in our community doesn't know the culprits." And as a parent, when you see your son has a computer in his room, knowing exactly that he doesn't work, why don't you ask where he got it? Items stolen from schools are being sold to someone, and someone sees those items in our communities. And so I would appeal, Deputy Speaker, if you see something, please speak up and help us make our schools safer in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Mania. That brings us to the end of Interpellation 1. We now move over to Interpellation 2. I recognise the Honourable Minister Bredell.
Dankie, agbare Deputy Speaker, en dankie aan die lid vir die interpellasie. Die Departement van Plaaslike Regering deur die Provinsiale Rampbestuur Sentrum gebruik verskeie hulpbronne en kanale om doeltreffende beplanning vir die winterreënvalseisoen te verseker. Dit sluit in die volgende: die Provinsiale Rampbestuur Sentrum identifiseer alle seisonale risiko's deur sy provinsiale ramprisikoprofiel te ontwikkel saam met 'n span belanghebbendes 'n seisonale paraatheidsplan vir die komende seisoen op te stel. Dit sluit ook natuurlik die munisipaliteite in. Die somerparaatheidsplan fokus op risiko's soos gereelde veldbrande en die besiger toerisme seisoen, terwyl die winterplan fokus op onder meer oorstromings, lae temperature en sterk winde. Befondsing vir die winterparaatheidsplan word uit verskeie hulpbronne verkry, maar hoofsaaklik uit die departement se eie begroting. Die departement het sedert 2014 nagenoeg R9,5 miljoen belê in opleiding en noodreaksiepersoneel van verskeie organisasies en het voertuie en toerusting verskaf aan munisipaliteite wat eerste op die rampsituasie reageer. 'n Bedrag van meer as 70 miljoen is deur die voorwaardelike toewysing sedert 2015-16 finansiële jaar aan munisipaliteite uitbetaal om kapasiteit van veldbrande en reddingsdienste te verhoog. Gedurende die afgelope 3 jaar het die Departement van Plaaslike Regering R1,1 miljoen aan distrikmunisipaliteite verskaf deur middel van 'n munisipale ondersteuningstoewysing van 12 rampbestuur interns aan te stel. Hierdie inisiatief verskaf ekstra kapasiteit van menslike hulpbronne aan die munisipaliteite. Die provinsiale bestuur ook 'n gespesialiseerde reddingseenheid in die Breedevallei munisipaliteit wat kan reageer op gevalle waar mense in ineengestorte strukture vasgekeer is. Die eenheid se aanvanklike koste was R7 miljoen en daarna 'n bykomende koste van R120.000 om die toerusting jaarliks in stand te hou. Verder is die provinsie ook tans in die proses om sy vloedreaksie en reddingsstelsel te versterk deur die verkryging van nuwe reaksie en reddingstoerusting. Die toerusting gaan na die tuinroete distrik aan die tuinroete distrik beskikbaar gestel word, maar kan onmiddellik na enige punt in die provinsie ontplooi word. In 2022 is hierdie eenheid na KwaZulu-Natal ontplooi om te help met die uitvoering van reddings- en liggaamsherwinningsoperasies tydens die oorstromings wat 430 lewens geëis het. Die eenheid het ook verskeie reddingsoperasies in die onlangse oorstromings in Cederberg munisipaliteit uitgevoer. Die totale belegging aan die provinsie vir hierdie span vir die huidige boekjaar is R2,5 miljoen. Die provinsiale rampbestuur verskaf nie befondsing vir humanitêre bystand nie, aangesien die funksie aan die Departement van Maatskaplike Ontwikkeling en die Suid-Afrikaanse Agentskap van Maatskaplike Sekerheid behoort. Die sentrum gebruik egter wel die dienste van verskeie humanitêre en hulporganisasies om ander regeringsinstellings te ondersteun en te help om ramphulp in die geraamde gemeenskappe te verskaf. Tydens die onlangse oorstromings het die departement 2 helikopters teen 'n koste van R1,2 miljoen voorsien om die vervoer van humanitêre middele te ondersteun aan mense in die Weskus gebied. insluitend Citrusdal, Woepersdal, waar gestrande mense hulle self bevind het. Die rampbestuursentrum speel 'n sleutelrol in die koördinering van aktiwiteite van die humanitaire organisasies om te verseker dat al die geaffekteerde gebiede voldoende gedek word.
Thank you, Minister.
Baie
Your time-
dankie.
Baie dankie, Minister. I now recognize the Honourable Seleko.
Goedemiddag, adjunct speaker. Laat my toe, dat is gesê wat sê ons moet mense blomme en rosies gee terwyl hulle nog lewe. En ek wil graag van hierdie geleentheid gebruik maak om vir die minister baie dankies te sê vir die werk wat hy gedoen het tot met die tyd van die vloede, want hy was op die grond, hy het sy boete aangehad en ons was ook 2 weke gelede self op die grond om te gaan sien die skade wat die vloede veroorsaak het. En ek moet sê, as ons nou nie 'n minister gehad het nie, wat sy hand op die paals het nie, dan sou het erger gewees het. Met daai woorde, minister, aanvaar ons 'n waardering vir u leiding in die departement en u ondervinding en kennis in terme van die departement het eintlik vir ons gered om minder skade te kon kry. Honourable Speaker, undoubtedly the department has exhibited exceptional dedication and competence in equipping disaster management teams. Their proactive approach has ensured preparedness to tackle any potential catastrophe that could strike the province. Moreover, their relentless efforts to shelter all displaced people, as well as provide humanitarian relief, are truly commendable. Efforts are underway to provide food parcels to residents and have also received mattresses, blankets, vanity packs. Honourable Speaker, as efforts are underway, has the National Department Emergency Housing Program offered any adequate relief support during the floods? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Dugmore.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker and honourable members. I hope that you can hear me.
Yes,
It really strikes me that Honourable Seleko is really wanting to increase his chances of coming back to this legislature by heaping so much praise.
Order,
heaping so
members.
much
Order.
praise on
Order,
the
members.
MEC. It's actually quite embarrassing, the extent to which he praises. But from our side, as the ANC, we really want to thank Deputy Speaker, those men and women who've played a critical role in cleaning up our communities after the floods. And whether they were volunteers for disaster management or ordinary community workers, the ANC wishes to salute them and to thank them for making their communities safer. The reality, of course, is that these floods, like most disasters, expose the deep inequalities faced by our communities. And the reality is, when it comes to both flooding and fires, we must point direct fingers at the DA, because the reality is they refuse to make well-located land which belongs to the province and the various municipalities available. And that's why every year we have these disasters. The ANC is fully behind the expropriation bill, which will soon become law, because as hulle wil nie luister, dan moet hulle hoor. And that's why we are going to have to move to expropriate land that is adequate
Order.
for human settlement and
Order,
that is
members.
able to accommodate our people. But the reality, sorry, is that a point of order?
Just in the House. You may proceed, Honourable Dugmore. It's fine.
Okay, I know generally the DA are out of order, but I just wanted to know if that was a specific point of order. So because they have refused, we as the ANC are going to use the expropriation bill to do what the DA refuses to do, and that is to actually find
Thank you.
short, medium, and long-term solutions.
Thank you, Honourable
to this.
Dugmore.
They are the disaster. The DA is actually the disaster
Thank
in the
you very
Western
much,
Cape. Niemand
Honourable Dugmore.
anders.
Your
Hulle
time
is
is up.
die sterkste disaster wat 'n mens ooit gesien het in die Weskaap.
Thank you very much. I now move over to the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, sad to hear about the losses of the farms, the more than 1 billion rand losses and estate damage on farms, and also what is sad to see the seasonal workers that lost their jobs. So that I saw that in the media. But Deputy Speaker, what I want to also say is when we have floods, our townships cannot handle, the pipes in the townships cannot handle the water. I've been to Macassar and the water, people could not get out of their homes, and that was after day 3. So what we've done, we logged a complaint, and people already logged complaints. So I know the Minister, you know, when we talk about disaster management, you are managing disasters, but we will also ask the municipalities to look at the infrastructure, because the infrastructure cannot hold and do what it needs to do. So, you know, we're going to have a recurring problem every flood, because if infrastructure is not addressed. So that is my plea, Minister. We've been to Langa and, you know, children, it's pitiful to see, you know, children playing in that messy water. It's pitiful to see that every flood, our communities cannot even go to work, or they must have boots to get to work. So that is my plea, is that, yes, the department is there to manage, but you will have to engage with the municipalities to see how can we improve the infrastructure when it comes to our drains and stormwater pipes. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize Honourable Seleko.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, the latest audit result from the AG demonstrates once again that when it comes to the finances of municipalities, that the majority of municipalities in the Western Cape uses their finances in the right way for the right reasons. There is financial discipline, and there's efficiency, and there is good and proper governance. And the latest report also says out of the 38 unqualified and clean audits, 21 of those come from this particular province, which is the Western Cape. The mense kan maar stry en huil en sê wat hulle wil. Feite is feite. Jy kan dit nie draai nie. Wat wit is wit, wat swart is swart. Dis hoe dit is. Given that municipalities require adequate finding and processes in place to handle flooding, will these municipalities have been able to tackle the flooding in the way they did? Have they not received clean audits? Baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Honourable Seleko. Over to you, Minister Pradal.
Baie dankie, agbare Deputy Speaker. Agbare Deputy Speaker, baie dankie aan die agbare lid Seleko, en dankie, ek sal die komplimente oordra aan die rampbestuurspan. Dit is werklik 'n span wat die provinsie eerste stel. Aan die agbare Dakmore, kyk nou waar sit jy omdat jy nie geluister het nie. So ja, miskien moet hy maar net in die spieël gaan kyk. Dit wil my voorkom of die ANC die appropriation bill op hom uitoefen. So nou sit hy by die huis. So hy moet maar die DA los. Ons sal na onsself kyk. Agbare Speaker, Deputy Speaker, die ACDP is reg oor infrastruktuur, maar dis 'n baie komplekse gebied want ons sit met 'n gegewe. En enige ontwerp van infrastruktuur moet ons onthou, dit is om 35 mm reën 'n uur te hanteer, alles meer as dit hardloop bo die paaie, stormwaterkanaal en. So ek dink ons het baie goed gedoen deur ons wintervoorbereidingsspan om die munisipaliteite te kry om hulle infrastruktuur skoon te kry, hulle stormwater skoon te kry. Ons observasie is wel dat daar blokkades in die riviere is. En ons sal tog 'n oorhoofse plan moet hê om ons riviere skoon te kry, want die water hardloop in die riete en dan begin hy uitsprei. En as hy eers begin oorloop, het ons groot moeilikheid. Dit gaan gepaard met om mense toe te laat om te bou op verkeerde plekke waar hulle nie moet bou nie. Dis 'n geweldige program en met ons infrastruktuurspan sal ons baie nou moet beplan, maar ons sal ook in ons toekomstige beplanning klimaatsverandering voor moet stel. Ons sal moet dink daaroor, anders gaan ons stormwater nie voorbly nie. Die goedheid verander. Baie reën, gelyk kom gelyk af ensovoorts. Ons het ook bewusmakingsprogramme, is 'n opleidingsprogram vir ons skoolkinders ensovoorts. Ons spandeer so 5 miljoen daaraan sodat mense die gevare kan verstaan van water, vure ensovoorts. So dit is 'n program wat baie suksesvol is. Dan belê ons verder, doen ons nou 'n opname en die skade is meer as R1 miljard op landbou alleen. Ons het nog nie 'n aansoek ingesit by nasionaal nie want ons doen nog die infrastruktuur. Ons is besig baie naby om te finaliseer en dan sal ons een pakket indien by nasionaal om fondse te kry. Maar op die huidige oomblik het die spanne, die infrastruktuurspan, agrispan, almal skitterende werk gedoen om ons stelsel oop te kry. Mense kan die paaie gebruik ensovoorts. Langer termyn sal ons natuurlik moet belê om dit weer op 'n wêreldstandaard te kry. So ons kyk ook na gebiede soos die Kaapse Wynland wat ons weet is baie hard geslaan om daar die noodlike ondersteuning te gee. So ek is gelukkig dat ons het die kundigheid. Wat ek dink belangrik is met die finansiële druk op die provinsie en op ons munisipaliteite moet ons altyd onthou, 'n storm of klimaatsverandering gaan ons tref, dis wanneer en ons moet altyd iets daarin belê sodat ons gereed kan wees vir die dag van môre wanneer daar 'n storm is of wanneer daar 'n groot brand is. Ons uitrol van ons program oor rookalarms in ons informele areas is 'n baie goeie program. Ons het nog nie 'n lewe daar verloor nie. Ons kon nie al die strukture red nie, maar 13,000 rookalarms het baie mense se lewens al gered. So daar is so klein goedjies wat ons kan doen om lewens te red aan die einde van die dag. Nogmaals baie dankie vir die interpellasie.
Baie dankie, achtbare minister. That brings us to the end of the interpellation 2. We now move over to the next and final interpellation. I recognize the Honourable Minister Allen.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Also, thank you to Member Barnes for this particular interpellation. I would want to state again for the record that the investigation of extortion remains the mandate of the South African Police Service. But having said that, we will never shy away from our constitutional obligation, which is to provide oversight. And as a Western Cape government, we would always want that oversight to lead to better service delivery. Please allow me to also quote Member Barnes, who has indicated less than 6 weeks ago that the work of the South African Police Service should be commended, because we know we are pulling in the right direction. Our oversight is leading to better service delivery, and that is bolstering our call for devolution. But the department further, as Police Oversight and Community Safety co-chairs the Anti-Gang Provincial Joint Committee and serves on its bi-weekly Extortion Priority Committee meetings. For the record, I think it's very important to note that every priority meeting within the South African Police Service will ultimately lead to a number of projects that is undertaken. And from that projects, there's a dedicated team that deal in terms of extortion-related matters, which we co-chair, which will ultimately lead to using 252 of the Criminal Procedure Act, which allows the South African Police Service to conduct sting operations that can lead to the detection of crime or the offense of a crime. We are playing our role in that regard, and we've already seen a number of matters being taken to court. Further to the aforementioned, the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety co-chairs the bi-weekly LEAP operational steercom meeting, which works and focuses in our murder hotspot. It monitors extortion matters through the department's court watching brief and the court watching brief unit, and that particular program has already been in principle endorsed by the national government, and also instruction from national government for that particular program to be incorporated into all our provincial governments or administrations across our country. We also encourage government structures and civilians to report extortion to the South African Police Service via our stakeholders, the neighborhood watchers, our CPFs. We promote the use of the extortion toll-free number, which for the record is 0800 31 4444. We work with our neighborhood watchers and community policing forums linked to the department, but also, Deputy Speaker, it will be remiss of me not to highlight that in January this year, between different spheres of government, the South African Police Service, the City of Cape Town, together with our department, we engaged the Standing Committee on Police Oversight and Community Safety around this particular matter. Because extortion, whether it is in our spaza shops, whether it is in the construction, whether it is in landowners being extorted, we are never happy with it. We are deeply concerned about it, and we are working closely with all the entities to make sure that we can ultimately curb and destroy that particular criminal element within our communities. And that is something that we will continue to do in our oversight role, which, like I've said, bolstered the call for policing powers to be under capable capable provinces. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I recognise the Honourable Barnes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, of late we are witnessing a disturbing trend of a premier that is running away from the accountability by refusing to answer questions in the House referring to him with regards to extortion. This untoward behavior by the premier deserves widespread condemnation. Premier Windy is a coward who is afraid to answer the tough questions. The premier is trying to pass the buck and hoping that this government's close relations with gangs and extortionists will quietly go away. His refusal to answer this question on extortion is a clear indication that he is trying to cover up something that we don't know. The long history of the DA-run Western Cape government of awarding lucrative government tenders to gangs has created a perverse incentive for gangs to engage on extortion. After first government contract was awarded to the business owned by relatives of known gang high flyers, gangs have become more vicious and greedy, demanding a slice in every government contract and from private business in communities. This has had a number of negative consequences, including making it difficult for businesses to operate freely in the province. It has given gangs a platform to wash their dirty money and made gangs more powerful and entrenched in communities as they have endless resources to disperse, patronage, and buy weapons. Surely this has ordered and eroded public trust in the provincial government and tarnished the DA reputation. The suspension of Malusi Bue, a high-profile member of the party, was a major embarrassment. The suspension followed Hawk's raids and investigation into fraud and tender irregularities after his department was allegedly awarded housing tenders to companies with suspected links to gangs. These DA-cozy relations with gangs raise serious questions about the party's seriousness and commitment to fighting crime and extortion. If the Premier's government is serious about combating gangs and extortion, then it should embark on an urgent review of its tender process to flag all companies with suspected links to known gangs. Deputy Speaker, this will go a long way to send a clear message of zero tolerance for gangs and extortion. Therefore, I want to know from the MEC if his government is willing to go to this extent to combat gangs and extortion in the province, or are you afraid of jeopardizing the DA relations with its friends? I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Barnes. I recognise the Honourable Bosman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon. And thank you very much, Minister, for your response. And I find your question particularly interesting, given the fact that just this week, the Minister and his department briefed the Standing Committee on Community Safety on their upcoming Policing Needs and Priorities report. What was striking is that during that briefing, we heard that the numbers of SAPs in the Western Cape have fallen below the vital threshold of 20,000 personnel in the Western Cape since the pandemic. I also find it interesting that my honourable colleague from the opposition is blaming the Premier for extortion in the Western Cape. And I'm going to borrow the words of National Minister of Police, Minister Bekele, when he says that Honourable Barnes is crying at the wrong funeral. And I do hope that the Honourable Barnes is able to directly speak to Minister Cele to ensure that the numbers are brought up to snuff in the Western Cape. With that in mind, I would like to ask you, Minister, through the Deputy Speaker, whether you believe that SAPS in the Western Cape is effectively capacitated to combat extortion and other forms of organised crime, specifically those forms of organised crime where members of the opposition have found themselves as beneficiaries and sometimes perpetrators as well. And if not, if you could perhaps tell us what more can be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bosman. I now one minute, Honourable Kasim. Over to you, Honourable Said. We have a point of order.
Chair, on a point of order, the Honourable Bosman is casting aspersions on members of the entire opposition. He must indicate what is he referring to. He must not cast aspersions here. We don't know anyone of, yeah, he must tell us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I trust that we have our ANC honourable members online, as they have a full right to be, I guess, as it's, and all the other parties. So I will in this case indicate that I am almost seeing their names, all of them online. Thank you very much. Over to you. Honourable Kasim, you may proceed.
Speaker, when the criminal syndicate of extortioners first showed its head targeting businesses in the province a few years ago, this provincial government turned a blind eye to it. These syndicates then expanded from targeting businesses in the Cape Town district into various townships in this province, like that of Gugulethu, Khayelitsha, and Philippi, to mention a few. These extortionist rings then moved from targeting nightclubs, coffee shops, and restaurants to later extorting money from spaza shops, street vendors, daycares, and even households renting out accommodation in our communities. So, Speaker, the modus operandi of these extortions was and is still a form of extorting money from these businesses in exchange for protection from other gang syndicates. And if business owners refuse to pay, they are robbed by the same gangs or worse, killed. But as time went by, Speaker, it is evident that these extortionists grew in confidence when they realized that this DA-led provincial and local government is too weak, and that even its officials were too entrenched in tender corruption and fraud. Then they too also then started to demand a share of this pie. And with the Speaker, this is what led us to having service delivery projects in townships being held ransom by these gangs, who are now demanding to be awarded government contracts by force. Speaker, now that it was reported that the Russian president is no longer coming to South Africa, meaning that the possibility of him setting foot here in the Western Cape is no longer an issue. My question to the MSC and to the Premier, Speaker, is, are they going to be using the same energy on these gangs by also instructing law enforcement to arrest all these criminal syndicates extorting money from businesses?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Kasim. Over to you, Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, in September 2020,
Order.
The National Minister of Police said that he announced the creation of a committee to crack down extortion in Cape Town. And then in 2021, he said that there were 105 people arrested. 20 of these cases were opened at Khayelitsha and 13 reported in Ayanga. So I want to know, Minister, do you know about these cases and what's happening? The biggest problem that I have is the arrogance of these gang bosses. How can a gang boss just say in the Halle Park, and we know the names, it's all in the media, the high flyers. So what they say is, we halt this project because we were not awarded this contract. And that is how serious it is. The other day when I was walking in Ottery, again, they call it tax money. The protection money is now tax money, where you need to pay tax money in order for you to be awarded the contract. So this is extremely serious, and I know the primary responsibility is with national government. But, Minister, we cannot continue. I believe that the city of Cape Town, they must roll over funds because they cannot spend their funds. And we know of somebody that was killed in Halle Park, high flyers, and they are arrogant, and we need to deal with them decisively. We cannot let this continue. So, Deputy Speaker, that's my plea. Are you speaking to the National Minister, because he's just saying these things? I want to know, was something done to these criminals that was arrested? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Over to the Honourable Barnes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it's actually a shame continuing to listen how the DA is pushing extortion to the national government, while we are sitting on the problem here in the Western Cape and should be prioritizing it. But it's not seen as a serious matter that is taking lives. I repeat, Deputy Speaker, the DA started and continues to sustain extortion syndicates in the province by awarding lucrative government tenders from construction to security gangs. This is not only ineffective, but it's also counterproductive and has created a situation where gangs are able to use their power and influence to extort all government projects in their communities, businesses, and individuals. If this problem is not addressed, Deputy Speaker, it will continue to fuel a cycle of violence and crime in the province. The DA government has been heavily criticized for this. Its poor and effective plans and programs to combat extortion in the province. Evidence suggests that the DA is not serious about combating extortion. Instead, as we have seen today in this House, it seems to be more interested in protecting the interest of gangs than ensuring safety of ordinary citizens. The DA government's plans and programs to combat extortions are too weak and ineffective because they do not address the root causes of extortion, such as poverty, unemployment, and lack of opportunities. We need to address these root causes if we are to effectively combat extortion. The Western Cape Safety Plan does not address these root causes and does not even have an extortion focus. For as long as its only focuses on boots on the ground, it will continue to be a big, expensive failure. We reiterate our calls for the provincial government to invest in social programs that address the root causes of extortion. This government continues to identify itself as a competitor of the national government, preoccupied with using crime for this cheap political point scoring. Instead of collaborating with SAPS to combat this scourge, we acknowledge and laud for the SAPS Western Cape Provincial Extortion Task Team and the anti-gang unit for the sterling work they are doing on the ground to combat gangs and extortion. More work, however, still needs to be done, Deputy Speaker, especially on strengthening crime intelligence. The SAPS and the provincial government needs to take an integrated approach to combat extortion, which includes a commitment to work with communities and all other crime-fighting stakeholders in our communities. For as long as the DA continues to destabilize and weaken and defund CPFs, we will not win this battle. The MEC must tell us if his government will be making additional investments to address the extortion syndicate in the province, and what are the plans to invest in the social programs to address the root causes of crime.
Thank you,
I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I'm honestly conflicted this afternoon. Based on the input that I've heard, I'm honestly conflicted in that we are doing way above every other provincial government in terms of fighting crime. Extortion is not a Western Cape phenomenon. Extortion is a phenomenon across our country as a result of criminals being emboldened, which I agree with Member Barnes. They are emboldened as a result of a South African police service that is 20 years behind in terms of the actual resources that we need. I've heard from other MECs across our province in that matters in construction, and I can name it publicly, KZN, that particular industry has entirely collapsed as a result of extortion. The Western Cape, we are feeling it, but we haven't lost the fight. We haven't lost the fight because of integration, because of cooperation, and because we are determined to fight these barbaric and these criminal elements. So when we talk about the Premier and this particular government, the Premier is on record to state that this matter is of great concern to him, to me he says, and my government. And how do we show that? By putting over 2.5 billion rand into addressing safety needs in our province. We put money where our mouth is. The Premier went on to state, for the record, we cannot be in the position where government tenders are being used to launder dirty money, but simultaneously, we are a government that respects and promotes the rule of law, and that means that we all have the right to be treated as innocent until proven guilty. But what did the Premier do further? The Premier, via our department and the government, we engaged the National Prosecuting Authority, the Ministry of Justice, the National Treasury, and the South African Police Service on this particular matter. The South African Police Service in our province, we have seen great strides over the last year. But we have a National Commissioner that is on record by saying that the South African Police Service is unable to fulfill its mandate, which is a devastating indictment on the national government. As a province, the mandate on extortion sits directly where National is in Pretoria. That's why we are saying devolve those capabilities, those powers, give us the responsibility. As a government, we take those, the responsibility that we have seriously because we believe in the residents that we serve. Member Bosman asked what more can be done. What more can be done is definitely to see that policy shift towards provincial parliaments, to provincial governments, so that we are able to then monitor, so that we are able to see we fight this scourge. Member Christians, yes, all those cases have been reported. I will make sure that the department sends the court watching brief on the extortion-related matters to you as well. Thank you so much for the other inputs that we have received. Criminals being arrested. I listened to the EFF part of it, that I could listen, and we have always been clear. We are wanting to make sure that our residents are safe. Provinces are following what we are doing here in the Western Cape. We are receiving reports that other provinces are wanting to visit to see what we are doing, learning from best practices, because we have been literally, and sorry for my frame, we've been hitting above our weight. We've literally been hitting above our weight. We have seen steady strides, slow progress, and we are so determined to make sure that those extortion mafias are behind bars, and we have seen a number of those cases are already in court. So, Deputy Speaker, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. That brings us to the end of interpellations. In terms of Rule 202, we will now deal with questions as printed on the question paper. Sorry. Just to remind our members, there are 4 opportunities for follow-up questions, but the honourable member who posed the initial question will get the first opportunity. I now recognise the 1 minute, Premier. I see the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, as per the question paper for oral reply, under new questions, should the time allow, question 7 to stand over, please. And the necessary arrangements has been made. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. I now recognise the Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very mumuch to the Honourable Dugmore for the question. And the answer is, if the legal case of the person in question relates to the criminal proceedings instituted against him, such proceedings are defended by him in his personal capacity and at his own costs.
Thank you very much, Premier. Over to you, Honourable Dugmore.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and to the Premier for that response. Could the Premier confirm that in regard to the criminal case against the Chief Director of the Provincial Department of Mobility, Mr. Farrell Payne, in which he has been charged with attempted rape and also committing a sex act, and given the fact that he still remains while facing these charges and having appeared at least 3 times, is the Premier supportive of the fact that he remains a functional Chief Director in this provincial government, given the serious criminal charges that have been laid against him?
Over to you, Premier.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that follow-up. Obviously, I can't make a judgment on this case in HR matters that I'm pretty certain the honourable member knows. He's even been an executive at one time in this House. He's been here probably one of the longest-serving members. He does understand that, of course, HR matters do relate, in this case, relate to the HOD, and I must obviously have confidence in the HOD in making those judgment calls. And again, as I've said, in this legal case, it's not as if the taxpayers' money is being used for that part of this process.
Thank you very much, Premier. Are there any further follow-ups?
Yes, there's a follow-up, a further follow-up.
You may proceed, Honourable Dugmore.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And arising from the reply of the Premier, who in effect is laying the responsibility on the fact that Mr. Payne remains a chief director despite these criminal charges, and that would, of course, be HOD Jackie Gooch. I would then like to ask the Premier that as the Premier of the Western Cape, does he, in his personal capacity, support the fact that a chief director who is charged with serious sexual offences, and also in the light of the Premier's public commitment to fight gender abuse, in his personal capacity, does he believe that having an official in their office, while obviously the alternative would be to have that official suspended, so that the law could take its course, and depending on the outcome, of course, further decisions could be made. So given his supposed commitment to gender, fighting gender abuse, does the Premier support the fact that Mr. Payne continues to act as the head of traffic and the chief director in this province?
Honourable Dugmore, one question, firstly, and secondly, that is an opinion. I will leave it to the Premier to how he's going to respond.
Thank you very much. I'm sure the Honourable Dugmore, as someone who has also served a long time in this House, cannot ask me as the Leader of the Opposition. I'm not sure how long he's going to be the Leader of the Opposition for, but as the Leader of the Opposition asking me a question, he must ask me a direct question. He cannot ask me for an opinion in my personal capacity. That does not work like that in questions to the executive and the oversight that he and his party must play as the opposition. So, of course, I cannot answer that in a personal opinion. But what I will say is that I absolutely stand by the rule of law.
Thank you very much. Any further follow-up questions? None? Thank you. We will now move over to...
My last question.
Okay,
Speaker.
thank you, Honourable Dugmore. Please refrain from opinion questions as you won't get your required answer. Over to you.
Thank you. My last question, Deputy Speaker, is to ask the Premier whether he engaged at all, either verbally with Jackie Gooch or in writing, about her decision to keep Mr. Payne in his office while facing these charges, or did the Premier not engage with her in writing or verbally about this matter?
Thank you. Over to you, Premier.
The answer is yes, I have had a briefing from the HOD.
Thank you very much. I trust that is the end of question 1. Thank you. We will move over to question 2. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And can I say to the Honourable class, thank you very much for this question. A really serious question that we need to deal with in the Western Cape, and a serious question that South Africa needs to deal with. I think specifically 30 years into our new democracy, or should I say almost 30 years into our new democracy. And the question is about bridging the inequality gap in the province, fostering inclusivity and eradicating racism. And so it is a very, very serious question. Now, the most important thing is, how do you measure this? How do you measure that what you are doing in government across the board, addressing these big challenges that face us? Because there is no doubt that our country and the citizens of our country were seriously discriminated against from a racial contextual point of view that linked to massive inequality gaps and really that division or the inclusivity problem that, you know, people face this problem, and countries and governments face this problem across the world, but none so bad as in our country. And of course, I think you should go first of all to how do you measure this? And I think the easiest way to measure that inequality gap is called the Gini coefficient. And I know last time when we were at question time from the Honourable Member class, we referred quite a lot to the Constitution and the role that the Constitution plays in the work that we have to do as a government, or the work that we have to do as a parliament, and the oversight processes. But I want to refer the Honourable Member to another document. And of course, the Honourable Member, you know, all of our departments have documents, and I'll come to what programs, because he's asking about the programs, and I'll come to each department or a snippet from each department. But a really handy document for the honourable member to keep with him, to read a lot, because it really does encompass and brings all of the work that we do together. And that is the overview of provincial revenue expenditure 2023, because it talks about where the money goes and the difference that it makes. And I want to refer the honourable member to pages 46 and 47. And in this document on 46 and 47, it starts to talk to the Gini coefficient. Now, that is one tool of how you measure that gap that he's questioning in this question. How do you measure the gap between the haves and the have-nots? That poverty gap. And, Gini coefficients are things that we talk about a lot. You've got to go into that graph and go and have a look. And I know the honourable member's not in the House. I'm not sure if you can see that on the screen, but if you go and look at those graphs in that document, you will see, and really what it takes out, it talks about South Africa, the Gini coefficient, it talks about the Western Cape, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal. And if you look at the tallest gap, that gives you the South African Gini coefficient. How bad is it between rich and poor? What is that gap, and is it narrowing? And that yellow bar is obviously national. Then if you look at just a little bit lower than the national number is the Gauteng bar. And then lower than that, which is better off again, is KZN. But by far the lowest in South Africa is the Western Cape, the best measurement in our country. And I'll get to some of the other measurements that actually have an impact and bring about change, because it is such a critical question. We actually need to give more credence in our country to these kind of measurements. Are we waking up in the morning and saying, are we building a better country? I think the policies generally across South Africa in 30 years of democracy are taking us in the opposite direction. The worst youth unemployment rate in the world. One of the highest unemployment rates in the world. That is a real driver between haves and have-nots if you can't have a job. If I look at the 19, 20 million people in our country that sit on social grants, that in itself, unbelievably high. As a percentage of our budget, I mean, unbelievably high. So we really have to dig in as a country to bring about these changes. But what is this province doing about this? What kind of programs are we putting in place? So apartheid created structural barriers and continue to divide communities across race and class lines. This, combined with competition for scarce resources, fuels inequality, a lack of inclusivity, and racism. To address this, it requires a holistic approach where we create meaningful and sustainable pathways for economic development and self-empowerment. It is only when individuals are given genuine opportunities to join the workforce and invest in an upward mobility of themselves and their families that we can make a meaningful difference and inroads into our quest to achieve greater equality and inclusion. The Western Cape government's interventions implemented by departments and entities are underpinned by the values of social cohesion, inclusion, and fairness. Examples of the Western Cape interventions were provided in oral replies to this very House in August 2022. Of course, the honourable member was not here at that stage. His other members who have now been chucked out, and I think we're going to have the same thing happening at this front bench very soon after Congress's changes happen. And of course, the interpellation of the 13th of April, just not so long ago, 2023, where we dealt with a very similar component of this question. Drawing from these responses, the following is a sample of the many initiatives that address inequality and the lack of inclusivity and racism in this province. The programs that we have been putting in place over time that gives you those kind of measurements. Of course, the other measurement, let's talk about the unemployment rate, the lowest by far unemployment rate in South Africa, both broad and narrow. So let's start with a number of departments. Look at the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport. And what does that department do? And so if you go and look at their core business, you will go and see that it is about the spaces in which they operate and creating those opportunities, like in libraries, like in theatres, in community arts centres, sports hubs, museums. These are the spaces where we try to tell the stories, where we try to bring people back together, getting social cohesion right, understanding that through opportunities in sport, you start to build partnerships, break down those barriers that have been so hard to break down in the last 30 years. The after-school program, have a look at where those programs are, what their goal is and what they're trying to achieve to make sure that we are dealing with creating opportunity for young people so that they themselves can have a better future, so we narrow that gap. If we look at just the sports and the cultural activities that the department is engaged in on a regular basis, it focuses exactly to this question to make sure that we bring about those changes. And that's why we start to see the indicators which show how it's happening start to change over time. Of course, we all would like it to change far quicker than it is, and we've all got to be focused on these kind of programs. I want to come to the Department of Education. And if I reflect on the catch-up program, if there was one program in the world, one program in South Africa that really is zooming in on how do we make a difference, how do we help those people who have actually fallen behind, those learners who have fallen behind. I mean, the Sims test across the world, which says, can our grade 4s read with meaning? And it says in South Africa, you are the worst in the world. Of course, the Western Cape is way better than that indicator. Again, let's use the indicators, but that's still not good enough. So what are we doing in education? A catch-up program. Billions of rand being put forward and thousands of learners in school on Saturdays, reading in primary school, doing maths in high school, catching up, starting to build a pathway that really gets to deal at the end of the day with these issues. Look at the Department of Agriculture and the millions that go into supporting new farmers, giving those farmers access to market, youth programs, bringing young learners at school level into the agricultural space regularly to say, look at what agriculture is about. It's not about a hoe in the hot sun. It's about tech and innovation. It's about drones. It's about data. It's veterinary science. It really is. It's about a component in our economy that drives jobs and income. And I mean, we compete globally in this space, and the money that goes into really closing that gap, focusing on those specific individuals in this sector to make the biggest difference we can as quickly as possible. I think of policing oversight and community safety in the debate that we've just had in an interpellation right now. Boots on the ground and violence prevention. And where are those boots on the ground? They are in the hotspots in the poorest communities, making as much difference as we can, as quickly as possible. And it's not even our mandate. Our mandate is oversight. But quite frankly, the oversight, and you even heard it in that debate, nothing is happening. These extortionists are not getting arrested. These, I want to say blooming again, these blooming gangsters who use their wives to get contracts, which is not illegal because there's no court case or criminal case, or even if I look at the Zondo Commission and the fingers that have been pointed across the board and not one arrest. Where are the arrests? Why are these people not in jail? Where is SAPS in this? And of course, this is where we are, again as this government, trying to make the biggest difference we can. And of course, every rand that we put into boots on the ground or violence prevention is a rand that we have to take away from our core mandate, and it's putting more and more pressure on our budget. And of course, let's not even talk about the pressure on the budget right now. The budget is even more and more and more under pressure, because what happens? Billions get stolen. Now, every time a rand gets stolen in the operations of a government, exactly what the Zondo Commission spoke about and goes to the heart of what the ANC government has been doing over the last few years, nothing gets done about it. And you steal 1 rand, you steal 1 rand actually from the poor, and you steal 1 rand from enabling us to change the Gini coefficient, to address what's happening in the past. And of course, the honourable class, I hope he really engages his coalition partner in a number of municipalities in this government, the EFF working with the ANC. Let's go and see exactly the difference that is made where his party is in an executive position trying to change it, because those numbers are by far the worst in South Africa. Let's have a look at jobs and jobs for growth. The 360,000 jobs in this province year on year, this is where it happens. The end of last year, in that quarter on quarter, where only 2,000 jobs created in the whole of South Africa, in parts of Johannesburg where his party is in government, no jobs are being created. 90%, more than 90% of those jobs are being created in this province because of our policies, because of our interventions. Go and have a look at the booster fund. Go to Lunga, where we were the other day, where you really see a booster fund helping an SMME really make a difference, grow their business, employ people. Nothing gives people dignity like a job. Makes a difference in a family and a household like a job, and changes the Gini coefficient like a job. Go and have a look for yourself as an opposition member in this House. The Department of Environmental Affairs, an inclusionary framework passed by this government. That inclusionary framework, there's only one other province now, as far as I can see, called Gauteng, that is starting with an inclusionary framework. Gauteng, again, following us on boots on the ground, also saying, hang on a second, police are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. It's hurting our citizens. So what should we do? Let's copy the Western Cape. I don't mind about that because it changes South Africa. Everything we do in this province, we don't just do for the citizens of this province, we do it for South Africa. And so I can go on. Department of Infrastructure. Infrastructure is failing the citizens of our country. Infrastructure, the lack of infrastructure. Electricity. Energy. I mean, if ever there was something that makes the Gini coefficient worse, that actually takes us backwards, that's it. Lack of infrastructure. Let's not even talk about what's happening in the very same area where the honourable member is in government, where we see what's happening in water systems. It really is something that we have to deal with head-on decisively. We've got to make sure that we are addressing the past. We have to make sure we do that. And then, of course, there's the stuff in social development, the stuff in the Department of Health, robotic operations that take place now in the public sector. The only public sector space in the whole of the African continent is happening in the public sector space in health in this province. The 350 surgeries that are taking place in partnership with the private sector and the public sector in this province for Mandela Month, 350 surgeries being done for the poorest of the poor as a catch-up in our province, as really making a difference in the name of Mandela. Because that's exactly what he stood for. How do we make that difference? How do we narrow that gap? How do we fix the atrocities of the past? So I think this is the perfect question to be asked. We need to have measurements. I can assure you that every single, and I haven't gone to every department here, but every single department in this government is busy doing exactly what the honourable member asks. And the measurements show you. Go and have a look at percentage of households with water, percentage of households with refuse removal, percentage of households with electricity connection when it works. Go and have a look at those spaces, and go and measure province by province, and go and have a look at the difference that's happening in this province. We focus on it every single day. Thank you very much to the honourable class for this excellent question.
Thank you very much, Premier. First to the honourable class and then to the honourable Fry. Honourable class, do you have a follow-up question?
And myself, Deputy Speaker, put my hand up.
And you third, Honourable Dugmore. Honourable class? No?
Thank you, Speaker. I will just ask this question. What achievement has your government made so far as fostering inclusive through an integrated spatial planning program that will see new housing development in the inner city by private developers, also incorporating affordable social housing opportunities? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Class. Over to you, Premier.
I think I'm going to say 1, inclusionary housing policy, which I've already mentioned in my reply. I'm not sure if you heard that. 2, Conradi. 3, the city itself, 11 pieces of land handed over for exactly this kind of development. 4, down at the foreshore, the development that's taking place right next to Artscape.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Honourable Fry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Premier for his answers. With regards to the question regarding the inequality gap in the province, one of the major drivers of inequality is the lack of adequate energy supply. So I'd like to ask the Premier, what is this government doing to address the lack of energy supply and load shedding and the effect that it has on the economy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Premier?
Thank you very much, and thanks to the Honourable Fry. Of course, as I highlighted, when you can't have energy, you really do go backwards. And especially with regard to this question, middle-class citizens, businesses, they are able to invest in inverters or gas cookers or heating, alternative heating systems. It is the poorest of the poor that really are not able to invest into alternatives, and especially with ongoing load shedding and load shedding that gets worse and worse and worse, poorer households are impacted the most. I mean, let's also just have a look at even a poor household that perhaps does have some electricity, and now suddenly just the increase in electricity from Eskom and the impact that that has on a household to now also still have to try and find alternatives. I mean, just even buying candles. Now, if that is not a driver of making the Gini coefficient worse, I don't know what it is. But what are we doing? I mean, at the moment, our 1.1 billion rand energy plan, and within that plan, there is the indigent focus. And of course, as we speak right now, those indigent packs that we spoke about are out on tender. I think as we speak right now, the tender should be going out. It's just about ready, the official told me, on getting a town off load shedding altogether. And then, of course, just the big investments into private sector investment into energy, which is part of this plan at local government level, aided through the MER program from a province. Those kind of things really start to gain momentum. But you know, the biggest problem is everybody thinks that energy is going to be fixed overnight. Suddenly you see maintenance stopped in South Africa, and suddenly you get a bit of a reprieve, and everybody thinks, wow, this is amazing. And 2 or 3 days later, 8 power plants go down, and we're right back at level 6. This is going to be a long time in fixing our problem in South Africa, number one. And number two, while we're doing that, again, it's the poorest of the poor that take the brunt of it because they can't mitigate this for themselves. And of course, the secondary effect of it is as you don't have sufficient energy, then what happens is your economy starts to slow down. When your economy starts to slow down, what happens? Less and less jobs again. And of course, that then has a compounding effect when people are losing their jobs because businesses cannot stay open because it costs them too much for the alternatives. As we've said in this house before, go to Nsiki's Coffee in Khayelitsha, an amazing business, kick-started in Khayelitsha, started growing. Here's this entrepreneur taking chances. For me, it was so exciting, and we had him here at the State of the Province address where he opened his second business in Claremont. He was so proud of a Khayelitsha business growing into Claremont. When I saw him about 2 months ago, he said he had to close Claremont because he cannot afford the generator costs, the diesel costs to keep both businesses open. So he has a business because of load shedding having to shrink. And of course, he has to let the staff members go at his new expansion, and he has to retract back to how he started off as an entrepreneur. Exactly the same thing with the bicycle hub in culture cycles in Khayelitsha. Exactly the same thing happened. Here's someone who lost his job because of the pandemic. He went to Khayelitsha. He used to work for Open Streets. He went to Khayelitsha, an entrepreneur starting a business in the middle of a pandemic. And he opens an amazing business. He gets it going. The next thing, it's not just a bicycle shop. It's got a bakery and a coffee shop. It's got other support businesses around it. He then goes and opens in the local shopping center another bicycle outlet, and he puts a coffee shop next to it. And load shedding comes along. He's just getting his business going. And what does he have to do? He has to close the bakery and the coffee shop because those are expensive to run. They use a lot of energy, and he cannot afford the diesel. Unbelievable. So that's exactly what happens when we don't get infrastructure right, and a country and a political party who does not make sure that we invest in infrastructure, the maintenance that goes with it, and a business that at one stage, Eskom, was looking at supplying energy to most of sub-Saharan Africa, suddenly can't keep the lights on. Unbelievable. And that really, really goes to the heart of actually taking us backwards and not forwards 30 years into our democracy.
Thank you, Premier. Honourable Dugmore.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I would like to ask as a follow-up question whether the Premier recognizes that the inequality gap in our province is directly marked by race, and that the majority of people, if not exclusively, who are poor in the province are African, coloured and Indian. And therefore the question is, how will his government address inequality given that it is race-based and that, for example, in his own department, the senior management is not representative of the majority in this province, and that in particular, African people have 1 out of 62 directors and above in the Department of the Premier. And secondly, in terms of this question, the fact that only 3% of the agricultural land in this province is owned by coloured people, by African people, or by Indian people. So in practical terms, does he acknowledge that this inequality is based primarily on race, and what are the steps that he has actually and will take to address this specifically?
Thank you, Premier.
Thanks again. The honourable member never learns 4 questions in one. But the first part of the question, I'm going to say yes. And the second part of the question is this whole question has spoken about how these changes are being made in our province and how we measure those changes. But what I do want to say on his bean counting racial quota system, and we're seeing the adjustment that they want to make or the change they want to make, which hasn't worked in South Africa in 30 years. Stop doing the same thing over and over again and getting the same outcome, which is a total failure, Mr. ANC. It is failing the citizens of our country. It is not making it better. It is not fixing the problem. Go and have a look which provinces are performing the best. This province, I'm sorry, Mr. Dugmore, that's probably why you are no longer the leader in this province.
Thank you very much. I recognise as the final opportunity, Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I just want to ask the Premier that the EPWP jobs, which are predominantly what is offered to the low-skilled labour, do resolve inequality and contribute to asset ability of the low-income earners so that they could be counted as out of such an inequality that he was referring to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Premier.
Thank you to the honourable member. Obviously an EPW job, I mean, it's not a real job, but it is a step up in the right direction. It is another form of grant, but it's an enabling grant. And I think what we really have to get right is how does it help you get a job? How do you become more employable through an EPW opportunity, which is a very short-term, small amount of money? It cannot be classed as a real job. Real jobs are the 2.7 million people who go to work every day in this province. Those are real jobs. The 700,000 people in this province who at the moment are looking for a job, don't have a job, focusing on them how to get a real job. So of course, EPWP is that kind of little step up, and we've got to, I think, in South Africa and in this province, we still have to find better ways in making sure that it enables you to get a real job. So that time when you are in an opportunity, because that's what it is, it's an opportunity, that it doesn't just hold you captive, and then when that short term is finished, you go back to where you started. So for example, it's a crude way of showing it, but where you get the job and you're waving a flag on the side of a construction job to warn traffic of some road infrastructure or pothole being repaired, at the end of it, you can't just be a flag waver. You've got to be able to say, well, can we train you in doing something better? So, yeah, I think it cannot be classed as a real job. It's got to be classed as an intervention and something that should give you an opportunity to go to the next level. I must say that the other interventions that we have in that vein is saying, and for example, I want to talk about the pay program. So the pay program is also about creating a short-term opportunity. a one-year opportunity for a young person who's not in training, who is, hasn't got access to a university or a bursary or at a technical training college, or perhaps don't even know what they want to do, but they've finished matric. They've shown that they can get a matric. And of course, we only offer just under 1,000 of those opportunities every year. It's becoming harder and harder as we're getting less and less money because the national fiscus is shrinking. But it amazes me every time I engage with those young people they see it as that opportunity. And so many of them want to go on, and now suddenly they've decided they want to go and study. They've used that opportunity. And I think, and I do think that in the EPWP space, we need to get to it, and I think there's a lot of work still to be done in that it is a step up, that it infuses, it shows capability, it enables people to show themselves their own worth, that they can move from that opportunity into a real job.
Thank you very much, Premier. That brings us to the end of question 2. We move over to question 3. I recognise the Honourable Minister Mania.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the Honourable Member for putting a question on Newton Primary School. The Department has informed me that the Circuit Manager visited the school as recently as the 20th of June 2023, and no complaints were raised or reported regarding the state of buildings during that visit. 3 years ago, an independent engineering company was asked to evaluate the construction of the school's STIP by the previous principal. The feedback was that there were no reasons to be concerned. In May 2022, a team from the WCED's Infrastructure Directorate visited the school, and the acting principal at the time pointed out to them a crack on the floor in one of the classrooms. It was found by the Infrastructure Directorate that the crack did not require further attention. In June 2023, the acting principal reported to the WCED via the SEMA system that the crack referred to above may now be slightly bigger, and this report, of course, will now be attended to. No other concerns, Deputy Speaker, have been raised.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Over to you, Honourable de Villiers. Any further follow-up?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When I visited the school quite a while ago, it was disturbing to see that the poles that on the first floor that's supporting the roof, most of them were rusted off. And being a teacher myself for 20 years, I understand that children are playing during the winter, playing in the passages, and wow, it can be catastrophic. And some of them are actually also closed to give in. And at the back of the school, I saw that there's 4 trees, 1 meter away from the building, very, very high trees with our winds in Paarl, Wellington, and in that same area, there were almost 20 trees uprooted. I think it becomes a danger for the children. So I would love if we can go back and go look at those little things and just look after the safety of our children.
Thank you, Honourable de Villiers. Over to you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would certainly undertake to go back and examine the poles supporting the roof and the 4 trees, which the Honourable Member regards as a danger. I would remind the member that if he visits a school and he's concerned about any element at the school in relation to infrastructure, please confirm that the principal has lodged those queries with the department so that we can take action. Deputy Speaker, I can't resist when speaking of cracks, I looked at the dictionary definition of cracks, which I see is a break or to break or cause to break without a complete separation of the parts, which I have to say appears to me is exactly what happened to the honourable member's political party last night in George.
Thank you. Over to you, Honourable Syed.
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wanted to get a sense from the Honourable Minister as to what are the long-term plans for the school's infrastructure, and is there a budget for that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. If the Honourable Khaled Syed had only once again done his homework, he would know that we will be spending 1.4 billion rand this year on existing infrastructure assets. And we will be replacing 6 schools and indeed investing in upgrades and modernizations at about 28 schools. So my department does have a long-term plan, and we will be investing 1.4 billion rand in the maintenance of existing infrastructure assets over the medium term in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. To the Minister, I wanted to find out, given that the upgrades and replacements of school have been published, I want to specifically know what exactly is the process for a school principal or SGB or the leadership of the school to report or request requests for upgrades, requests for replacement of schools, so that when we ask for help, that we know that help is there. I always tell the youth in my constituency, I can only help you if I know what the problem is. So if we can just know what that particular process is for those who are listening, so that they are able to then report to the WCED if there are such problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I think you ask a very good question. The department can indeed only fix something if it knows that it's broken. And it's precisely for that reason that we would encourage principals who are concerned about their state of the schools and where they believe that maintenance is required to log those requests on our CMA system so that the department is aware and so that the department can effect repairs and maintenance at the relevant schools in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Kasim. Honourable Dugmore, sorry you've missed the opportunity. Honourable Kasim, you're the final opportunity.
Thank you. My question to the MSC, if I can just ask, because I don't think that the question was answered previously, how much of the 1.4 billion is allocated to maintenance to this school specifically?
Minister.
Thank you for the question, Honourable Member. I can say, as I said earlier, that 1.4 billion rand will be spent on existing infrastructure assets. About 855.1 million will be spent particularly on maintenance and repair. In relation to the amount of expenditure allocated to the school in particular, I would recommend that she put a written question, and I will then provide her with a detailed answer on the total spending on maintenance and repair at Newton Primary School. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes question 3. We now move over to question 6. I recognise Minister
Speaker, just Deputy Speaker, just on a point of order.
Yes, sure.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker, I'd just like you to respond to the point of order in the following, raising the following point, that in his reply, the MEC referred, as I heard him, subject to correction, to the fact that the DA performed well in George. Now, I would like to ask, as a point of order, that particular statement is not related to the topic. And I think, as we all know, Deputy Speaker, there's an allegation that the DA registered 188 people in one house.
That's not a point of order.
That is not a point of order. I do recognise the irrelevance part, but that question that was asked at the time was largely answered. So I'm going to let that pass. Thank you very much, Honourable Dugmore. I now recognise Honourable Minister Simmers.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and to the Honourable Member Christians. Thank you for the question. Firstly, when suspected illegal activities at our rental units are reported to the department, these allegations are taken very seriously, and then we immediately initiate investigations. After that, we then do from an internal perspective, these matters are then referred to the Legal Services Department for assessment based on the evidence which we then provide the legal services. And once there is a probable cause for criminal charges to be instituted, my department then enlists the services of the relevant law enforcement agencies, such as the South African Police Services. Now, in terms of evictions, and my department as a landlord is bound by the Prevention of Illegal Evictions and Unlawful Occupations of Land Act, and therefore we cannot just simply evict tenants without following the due processes set out in this piece of legislation. And this is one of the major challenges that my department and I are grappling with, is when we come to such matters as pertaining to your question. Because sadly, criminals can break the law, Honourable Member, but the same law ultimately also protects these criminals, and is a cause why we can't act immediately. We do have monthly engagements with SAPS, who then provide us with reports. This we then utilize to strengthen our eviction application processes. However, I must say, obtaining an eviction order, be it for criminal activities or a breach of a lease or unlawful occupation, which you so regularly see sometimes, is a very long and tedious process that we need to go through. In cases of illegal activity, the courts invariably request proof, which can only be obtained from the South African Police Services. And for the department to be able to apply for a possible successful eviction order, in a number of these cases, the perpetrators which we are dealing with are not actually the original tenants of our department's rental stock, and they do not have a lease with our department. And we have seen cases where it's actually independence of the original tenant of these units. The latter ultimately then tends to further complicate our eviction application process. The most recent successful case of such an eviction took place on the 31st of January of this year, where a court order was obtained after 5 years after initiating the process, Honourable Member. 5 years, I need to emphasize. However, the eviction order was not granted because the alleged criminal activities of the occupant was not what the court actually found on, but rather that prior convictions was against the specific individual. The eviction was actually granted on the basis that the prosecution component focused on the unlawful occupation of the unit after the occupant's mother, sadly, who was the legal tenant, passed away the prior year. So over the years, we have only limited number of successful cases that I can actually provide you with, Honourable Member. But these cases are very far and few because there's limited tangible proof which is required for us to submit, and there's the inability to find credible witnesses to actually testify due to them being threatened with violence and, in many cases, intimidations in our rental stock. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Honourable Questions.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it's actually a heart sore. To find out when you walk, you can see the grand cars standing, and parked in front of these houses, that's rental stock. The biggest problem that we have, and the minister has identified, somehow, I don't know how, but people is fed up because it's their children lured into these drugs, because they use that drugs dens and so on. So I don't know, you've given some answers, but a lot of red tape, a lot of problems, because as I know and people are telling us, there is the success rate of evicting these guys are almost impossible. So can you give us some good news? What is being done to get around this? Of course, you'll have to speak to local authorities, maybe to your national counterparts, to look at how do we get rid of these high flyers renting numerous properties, not even one, renting numerous properties and using it to further their illegal activities. So I know it's difficult, but surely something must be done. So that's why I wanted to ask the success rate, because I think that's dismal. I don't think you can brag about a success rate. But surely, you know, something must be done. And I don't know what to tell the people when I go back to them to say, listen, it seems to me government's hands are tied. So give me some good news, Minister. I don't know what it's going to be, but we need to get rid of these high flyers in these rental stock. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Deputy Speaker, through you to the member, indeed, unfortunately, I can't give the member good news because as the landlord, as indicated, Honourable Member, I'm bound by due process that I must follow. But what I can tell you is where we have engaged tenants in our stock and we ask them to be proactive when they do note individuals who are actually occupying these units illegally that do not have contracts with us or are individuals who previously did not live in our rental stock. We have seen a systematic but very slow uptake, obviously, through on our request, because I said, as indicated, you know, these people are threatened with violence and intimidation. But, you know, one can thank those very few since 2019, since I have taken over the helm, where we have seen individuals actually, you know, heeding our call, being proactive, you know, within a limited time period, we could manage to actually respond. So that's a bit of good news, but overall, unfortunately, we are bound by the rule of law and processes. And sadly, many a times we have seen cases where individuals live in our rental stock for decades, that the very same community who observe this illegality is actually protecting the individual instead of understanding if you don't have a legal and binding lease agreement with our department, we must actually act upon. And then we are seen actually in a very negative light, when in actual fact, we are actually executing the rule of law, which we are all bound by. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Dugmore, I think, is that a new hand? And I've recorded you as the next speaker.
Sorry, Chair, I'll take that hand down.
Thank you. Then it's Honourable Moran, over to you.
There were still 188 people registered in one house in George.
Thank you. I'm going to ignore that. Honourable Moran.
Thanks,
Honourable Moran, your hand is up.
Yes.
No, unfortunately not. I can't hear you. I will then move over to Honourable Kasim, and if you can, I'll try once more after Honourable Kasim. Over to you, Honourable Kasim.
Thank you. Based on the Minister's response to successful cases, can I ask how many successful cases has it been in Cape Town alone in areas like Menenberg and Mitchell's Plain, among others? I'm sure that you should at least have details of at least 1 or 2 successful cases that does not require him to ask for a written question to be sent to him. Thank you.
Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I will answer the member because the rental stock in the areas belong to the City of Cape Town. It does not belong to my province. The last time I checked, if the councillor is actually working in the City of Cape Town, you can ask him to ask the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable Moran, do you want to try once more? No.
Deputy Speaker, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You may proceed.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. In the oral talk, he mentioned that we know who these gangs are. Also, if these occupants go right, then.
Honourable Moran, unfortunately, I could not make sense of that, and I can see the Minister can't make sense of that either. My apologies. Are there any further questions? I recognise Honourable Christians.
Can you hear me, Deputy Speaker?
Honourable Moran.
Hello, Deputy Speaker, just wanted to check out of the numbers, we know the success rate from 0 to 10 to evict these tenants who are involved in illegal activities. Success rate from 0 to 10. Yes, thanks.
Minister, could you perhaps note that question?
I get the gist of the question. I think the member is having very poor reception because I've only mentioned one successful eviction, which did not even relate to illegal activities happening, Honourable Deputy Speaker, because for us to initiate that process, just the cumbersome process of getting proof, getting witnesses to actually stand up and come and provide us with affidavits. But through you, Deputy Speaker, I will provide the member with a written response since the period of 2019 of May until 2023, if there have been any successful, if any, I must say, if any successful convictions and evictions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable questions.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I just want to know from the Minister, if somebody has the courage to come forward to say, listen, I know of illegal activity, can that person stay anonymous? Secondly, how can we encourage people to come forward to know that their names will not be given back to those gangsters, and just the confidence and trust that they have in the system? Or is there some way that, because I'm sure people is intimidated, I'm sure that people are scared, but we need to give them the reassurance if they come forward because they love their neighborhood, they love their children. Can we give them the assurance that they are protected? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Through you to the member, indeed, we created a specific unique email address. I can give it through to the member now. It's humanmin@westerncape.gov.za. It's very few people that actually manage that account, and then we treat all information, more so those who actually do assist us in curbing these illegalities. We do protect their identities, but we do utilize information they give us to actually act on that.
Thank you very much. Honourable Lacker, my apologies. All opportunities for that question has been exhausted. If I can just ask that Honourable Doug Moore, you could also lower your hand. We move over to question 3 of the new questions. I recognise the Honourable Minister Main.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Questions have been exhausted.
Honourable Lacker, please put yourself on mute. You may proceed, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you to the Honourable Member for putting this question on our very important Back on Track programme, which the Premier mentioned earlier in his reply. The purpose of the Back on Track programme, of course, is to reverse the learning losses caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic, of course, may be over, but the effect of the pandemic on our education system is not over. Earlier this year, honourable members would know that we released our 2022 systemic test results for mathematics and reading, which confirmed that during the pandemic, learning outcomes effectively fell off a cliff. More than half of our grade 3, 6, and 9 learners cannot achieve a basic pass score for mathematics and reading. That is why we are investing 1.2 billion rand to reverse learning losses in the Western Cape. The Back on Track program builds on the existing work we have done to improve learning outcomes. The members will recall our prioritization of the foundation phase, particularly in reading, and the recovery in our grade 3 systemic tests suggests that we are making good progress in the phase. But in addition to all the foundation phase learners and teachers, we have selected schools for additional support in grade 4, 7, 8, 10, and of course 12. Schools have been selected based on the results of last year's annual systemic tests and national senior certificate results to ensure that we are targeting support to the schools, teachers, and of course learners who need it the most. The 2021 Pearls Progress in International Reading and Literacy Study shows that learning losses have affected not just our province, honourable members, but of course the entire country. We are aware of additional classes in the Free State, but I'm confident that this is the biggest learning losses recovery program in South Africa. And I have raised the need for a national program to reverse learning losses with the National Minister of Basic Education at the last Council of Education Ministers meeting just 2 weeks ago. And I look forward to the Department of Basic Education's further input in that regard. And as I have discussed in this House previously, we have shared the results of our decision to increase the time allocated to maths and reading within the foundation phase school day with our colleagues in national government and indeed with our colleagues in other provinces. And we are pleased that the Department of Basic Education has now released a circular providing guidance to schools nationally on the implementation of our back on track time allocation model so that the unequal impact of learning losses can be addressed for learners in other provinces, which demonstrates that working together we can begin to reverse learning losses across South Africa. Now, Deputy Speaker, the scheduled classes and training per week during term time depends on the week in question. Extra classes for grade 4, 7, 8, 10 and 12 are held every second Saturday during term time. Grade 4, 7 and 8 teachers are participating in what we call a 1+9 training, where teachers are effectively taken out of the classroom every 10th day to receive specialized support. I spent some time, in fact, with one of the training sessions for our grade 4 language teachers at the CTLI, and the intensive level of support and the buy-in from our teachers was impressive. Our grade 12 and our grade 10 teachers are also participating in what we call just-in-time training sessions every 2 weeks, which looks at the work we have taught in the 2 weeks ahead. The online training alternates between the two grades each week. And in addition, our Back on Track War Room is held every 2 weeks with officials from across the province, meeting to discuss ideas, working together to address challenges, and of course, planning for the coming weeks. To give honourable members some flavour, if we consider the week of the 4th to the 10th of June 2023, the following took place. On the Wednesday, grade 12 online teacher training in mathematics was held, which both our head of department and myself joined. And of course, the head of department being a former maths teacher, he fared a little bit better than I did. On that Friday, the Back on Track War Room was held. And on the Saturday, grade 10s had extra classes. I visited one of the venues at the Utolo High School in Khayelitsha, where around 400, get that, 400 grade 10 learners from various schools in the Metro East Education District were being tutored. And in addition to the term time sessions, the Back on Track holiday camps were held for grades 7, 8 and 12. And I'm sure that you would have seen some of the photos of those sessions on social media. Also, in addition, Deputy Speaker, a special grade 10 mathematics intervention was held during the holiday period, as the maths results, of course, for last year's grade 9s were concerning. So we need to dedicate extra time and extra support to those learners and their teachers. And I was so pleased to visit a grade 10 maths learning Back on Track class at the University of the Western Cape just last week. And I also visited grade 10 maths teachers from across the province who were participating in training at the CTLI. So our program is really gaining momentum, and we'd like to thank our officials, our teachers, our tutors, our learners, and our parents who are all involved. And I'd also like to thank the members of the House for their support as we work to improve learning outcomes and give our children a better future in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Unfortunately, our time is completely up. I allowed the Minister to complete his answer, so we will not proceed with any further follow-ups. My apologies. And that is the second time, Honourable Lacka, I do apologise. That brings us to the end of questions for oral reply. Outstanding replies will be printed in Hansard. We now move over in terms of Rule 145 to statements by members. For a total amount of 2 minutes each. I recognise the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the DA in the Western Cape welcomes the Airports Company of South Africa's commitment to expand Cape Town International Airport. This expansion is an urgent necessity, driven by the Western Cape's remarkable growth in tourism, which has moved past recovery and into growth since the COVID-19 pandemic. In May of this year, I wrote and advocated for the expansion of the airport, recognizing the numerous benefits it would bring to both the city and the province. I will be inviting AXA to brief the Standing Committee on this project's progress and provide updates regarding the anticipated timelines. Deputy Speaker, as an award-winning airport and with the recent announcement of numerous new international flights, Cape Town's status as a sought-after destination is solidified. AXA's plan to construct an additional runway capable of accommodating larger planes with wider wing spans not only addresses the need of the aviation industry, but also provides a solution to the ongoing airspace challenges faced by the airport. The current limited availability of airspace not only hampers local flying schools in securing adequate training areas, but also poses a serious safety concern. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, adequate airport infrastructure is indispensable for the flourishing of the local economy, as it serves as a vital gateway for trade, investment, tourism, and stimulating growth, fostering job creation.
Thank you very much, Honourable
Thank
Member.
you, Deputy Speaker.
We now move over to the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress is deeply appreciative of the acts of service by many people, both in our country and globally, who took part in various special activities that were arranged to celebrate the Nelson Mandela International Day that coincides with Tata Madiba's birthday on the 18th of July. The world celebrated the life and legacy of democratic South Africa's first president, a revolutionary and a global icon. His legacy and values are best described by the following call to action. As long as poverty, injustice, and gross inequality persist in our world, none of us can truly rest. We shall never forget how millions of people around the world joined us in solidarity to fight the injustice of our oppression while we were incarcerated. Our province's dire socio-economic conditions affecting mainly the black majority, colored, Indian, and African, suggests that this DA-led administration has scant regard for President Mandela's values. When President Mandela himself was confronted with these realities, he told the people, and I quote, "The ANC is the organization of the future. Nobody can deny the ANC that role." About the DA, he warned, "You must not be misled by a party that only cares," and this was in the year 2000, "that only cares for blacks on the eve of the elections. No white party can run this country. No matter how they cover up by getting a few black stooges, they remain the bosses. They remain a white party." Madiba's words still ring true to this day, especially when the Democratic Alliance continues to block all transformation measures taken by the ANC government, including its fierce opposition to the expropriation bill, to the NHI bill, to the Bella bill, and the Employment Equity Amendment Act. As custodians of the movement of Tata Madiba, the movement he loved so dearly, we convey a message of gratitude to all who rekindle President Mandela's values. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the DA.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, as the harsh winter cold sets in and our energy crisis reaches unprecedented levels, with rolling blackouts surpassing stage 6, vulnerable communities are compelled to seek alternative energy solutions, like gas and open fires during the winter season. Unfortunately, this poses a significant fire risk. To address this pressing concern, the Western Cape government has taken proactive steps by installing 13,000 fire alarm systems throughout informal settlements in the province. These fire alarms play a crucial role in providing early warning and ensuring the safety of communities in the Western Cape. To date, 2.6 million has been spent on these fire alarm systems. Moreover, the Western Cape government has also invested 1.85 million in hazard awareness campaigns, specifically targeting grade 1 to 7 learners. These initiatives aim to raise awareness about the potential hazards and educate the younger generation about fire safety measures. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape now also has more firefighting appliances than all the other provinces combined. Currently, the province has 664 different firefighting appliances, and it includes structural, mountainous, felt, and hazmat firefighting appliances. But by strategically allocating these resources, the province is well positioned to respond effectively to any potential fire outbreaks. By prioritizing the safety and security of our residents, the DA-run Western Cape government will continue to demonstrate a strong commitment to safeguarding the well-being of our communities.
Thank you very much. I recognize Good.
We don't have a statement today, Honourable.
Thank you very much. Noted. I recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the ACDP is shocked what happened in Gauteng, Welverdiend, Carletonville, Gauteng, where a father raped and killed his 8-day-old baby. 8 days, not 8 years, 8 days. It's believed that the father took the child from the mother and returned the child full of blood. The child died the next day in hospital. And it's proven when they took the child to the medical facility that the child was raped. Now, Deputy Speaker, this is sad. And I want to say this, that this will never happen under an ACDP government because we know what to do with perpetrators. We're the only party that voted against this constitution that forbid capital punishment. But we know what to do with perpetrators, and they will face the full arm of the law when the ACDP should ever take power. Deputy Speaker, I just heard a colleague in the ANC said about the Bella bill. The Bella bill must be the Hella bill from the pit of hell, because the sexuality education, confusing our children further, is going to take our children, and with pedophiles like this, they're going to thrive on these things, and we must be careful what we legislate. In closing, I want to say, Deputy Speaker, that we are calling as the ACDP that this criminal justice system should not fail us, because this perpetrator should not receive bail and should, if found guilty, rot in jail and not have luxury in prison, but rot in jail. Deputy Speaker, this must be a lesson to pedophiles and perpetrators out there that it should not happen under our watch. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. While the ANC welcomes the intervention by the national government in the person of Deputy Minister Comrade Mcebisi Skwatsha to make farm workers aware of their rights, the ANC in this House wishes to note the deadly silence from the Western Cape Provincial Department of Agriculture in the recent upsurge of evictions of farm workers. Deputy Minister Squatcher last week conducted a farm worker awareness campaign in Duiselsdorp, given the reported escalation in unlawful farm evictions within the greater Oudtshoorn region, along with the distressing living conditions among farm workers. Yet while we can understand the lack of response and silence from MEC Mayor, because he seems to be in a booty-booty relationship with a number of abusive farmers, and he seems to protect racists, we must warn about the instability these evictions can bring to the agricultural sector. The MEC and his department must have a short memory and have probably forgotten the riots that took place across the province and the protests within the agricultural sector in 2012. Over 10 years later, we must warn this provincial government that we could easily have an explosion again, an explosion, Deputy Speaker, that the ANC does not want. We thus call on the MEC and his department to intervene and to work with farm workers to ensure that their livelihoods, tenure and their rights are protected. We call on the MEC to condemn publicly these evictions of any farm workers from farms, and we further call on this department to implement an awareness campaign similar to that undertaken by the Deputy Minister, Comrade Squatcher, and to ensure that farm workers and farm dwellers are aware of their rights and enjoy those rights. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On Monday, the 10th...
1 minute, Honourable. Have you got two? Okay, can we just try that again? If you just put that on.
Deputy Speaker?
There we go.
Okay, thank you very much. Deputy Speaker, on Monday, the 10th July, the Standing Committee on Infrastructure embarked on an oversight visit.
1 minute. Can I just ask perhaps that you use another microphone? There's something wrong. If we can just check the IT on that feedback. Over to you again. You may please, can we restart 1 minute? Can we please restart the timer? Right, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. On Monday, the 10th July, the Standing Committee on Infrastructure embarked on an oversight visit to Cedarburg to assess flood-related damage in that municipality. We found that the Cedarburg municipality has suffered extensive damage to critical infrastructure during the recent flooding, amounting to 309 million rand thus far. Damage includes civil amounting to 56 million, electrical amounting to 6 million, farms and agriculture infrastructure amounting to 97 million rand, and municipality roads, specifically Citrusdal Main Road, amounting to 150 million. Deputy Speaker, it is undeniable that the impact of the recent floods have been absolutely devastating to communities, businesses, and local authorities in Cedarburg. However, unlike what we have seen elsewhere in country, where damaged infrastructure and communities are forgotten after tragedy strikes, we have seen there is the Western Cape how we have seen here in Western Cape how emergency response crews and disaster management teams are working continuously to assist Cedarburg and other municipalities as they recover. I want to also commend the Western Cape Provincial Government for its continued work around the clock to assist in repairing damaged infrastructure. Thus far, the R303 has been opened, electricity supply to various towns have been secured, water supply has been restored, and relief and shelter have been provided to displaced people. The Standing Committee on Infrastructure will continue to perform its oversight role over the next few months and has already resolved to visit Matikama municipality to assess the flood damage here in Western Cape. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Freedom Front notes with dismay, and it is noticeable that while education is a concurrent competence between Western Cape and the National Parliament, and schools in the Western Cape, many seemingly have many insurmountable problems. For example, insufficient classrooms, poorly qualified teachers, and gangsterism. Yet the DA's proposed powers bill has excluded education to be devolved to us. We need to reappoint school inspectors at our schools and increase the quality of education according to Western Cape people standards, not emulate other provinces. The DA also excluded agriculture and land reform out of their powers bill, even though they are aware of the ANC's intention to amend Section 25 of the National Constitution, allowing them the right to expropriate property without compensation. The power bill of the DA was a rush job to steal a political show from the Freedom Front Plus's People's Bill. It was an act of expediency to steal the political limelight. This is not cooperation but sabotage. The bill is not a moonshot, but a shot in the back of the Freedom Front Plus. This is not the way to start the 2024 campaign. And I want to predict it could backfire.
Order. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Murray. I now recognise the Al-Jamal.
Thank you very much, the Honourable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker Al-Jamal calls on the DA-led Western Cape Province to stop its senseless efforts in supporting and carrying out the International Criminal Court's ICC Russian President Vladimir Putin warrant of arrest. It suggests that the DA should force our government to enact and rather execute a warrant of the arrest of apartheid Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The latter, along with his Zionist cabinet, has committed numerous crimes against humanity. So far, they have literally got away for having carried out war crimes in Palestine. They have violated human laws several times over the years, and they are collectively guilty for the atrocities that they perpetrated against all the Palestinians, including the children, under international law. During Netanyahu's reign as Prime Minister, he not only sanctioned the process of ethnic cleansing, but executed it in towns and villages across the Zionist state. Many of these have been illegally wrenched away from the Palestinian communities, and these have since been illegitimately occupied. The Zionist army that have among them a group of South African Zionists have caused mayhem among the Palestinian communities. Some of their acts have even led to the killing of many Palestinian women and children. In 2021 and 22, Gazan homes were
Thank you,
bombed.
Honourable Member. Your time is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I
Honourable.
recognise the Democratic Alliance.
Adjunct Speaker, die onlangse vloede het miljoene rande se skade aan infrastruktuur veral aan die Weskus veroorsaak. Die totale omvang van die skade word nog bereken, maar daar is al reeds skattings dat die totale skade meer as 1 miljard kan beloop. Adjunct Speaker, die skade aan publieke infrastruktuur net in Cederberg munisipaliteit word tans op meer as 300 miljoen rand beraam. Geld wat hierdie munisipaliteit nie het nie. Die munisipale bestuurder het dus 'n beroep op die regering gedoen om 'n plaaslike ramp te verklaar sodat die skade so gou as moontlik herstel kan word. Ons kan maar net leer uit die ervaring van KwaZulu-Natal. Hulle ekonomie, veral toerisme, sukkel geweldig omdat vloedskades na meer as 'n jaar nog nie herstel is nie. Werkskepping bly ons prioriteit. Ek sou dus verwag dat almal wat ons land en veral die Weskus se inwoners se beste belange op die hart dra, hulle ook sal beywer vir fondse sodat die skade en die ekonomie so gou as moontlik herstel sal word. Maar nee. My aandag is gefestig op boodskappe op sosiale media deur die pas verkose provinsiale sekretaris van die ANC, ene meneer Neville Delport, ook bekend as Nebelgeltjies, waarin hy betoog dat die nasionale regering nie rampop aan Cederberg moet verleen nie.
Take your seat.
Terloops,
1 minute, I recognize you. I recognize you, Honourable Said. What's your point of order?
On a point of order, Chairperson, Member van der Wester is casting aspersions. Neville Delport is not a member of this particular house and is not protected by the privilege in the house. He's making statements about somebody outside of the house, accusing him of something. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bartman. Your point of order?
In terms of Rule 66, in terms of how the rules of the House is implemented, I would like to know what rule is the member referring to, because the person he's referring to is not a member of this House, and according to me, Rule 59 refers to reflections upon members of this House.
Okay, I'm going to rule on that. Honourable Said, first of all, I am not able to rule on the content of a statement. I have known that precedence has been set in this House where statements have reflected dishonourably against members of this House, where we can rule, but not unfortunately around members that are people that are not members of the House. So I can't rule on that, unfortunately. There is no rule to guide me on that. So I would just ask that obviously the member takes a risk, because there is a court of law that protects everybody's rights outside of this House. So he will have to take his own responsibility in what he makes and says in this House. You may proceed.
Die bynaam Nebelgeltjies hou blykbaar verband met sy eise dat kaders wat weens sy invloed in munisipale poste aangestel word, aan hom sogenaamde beskermingsgeld moet betaal. Aldus 'n beëdigde verklaring wat onlangs onder my aandag gebring is. Speaker, ek doen 'n beroep op my ANC-kollegas, indien enigeen van hulle die werking van die ekonomie verstaan, om vir mense soos meneer Nebelgeltjies te verduidelik watter belangrike rol die herstel van infrastruktuur in werkskepping speel, en dat werkskepping die beste manier is om 'n meer gelyke verdeling van inkomste en groter menswaardigheid te verseker. Ek dank u.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of statements. In terms of Rule 145(6), I now give one or more members of the executive an opportunity to respond to any of the members' statements for not more than 5 minutes collectively. And I have noted, before I begin, I do see a hand up. I have noted Minister Mayor, but Honourable Member Baku Force, have you got a point of order? No. Okay,
yes,
I will take it not.
Yes,
all right. Yes.
Yes. But the man is already.
Okay, thank you. I take it that we have moved on from the previous ruling. I then recognize Minister Mania first.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Perhaps I should start by reminding the Honourable Peter Murray that education, in fact, is already a concurrent power. And it's precisely for that reason that this province is executing the biggest learning losses recovery program in the country, and the other provinces are doing absolutely nothing. Now, in response to the Honourable Khalid Sayed, the real problem with the ANC, of course, is that they do not care about black citizens between elections. And that is why we have 11.9 million people, many of whom are black citizens, unemployed in South Africa. The truth, Deputy Speaker, is that if Nelson Mandela was alive today, he would be so shocked by the state of the ANC that he would be sorely tempted to vote for the DA.
Thank you very much. I recognize Minister Mayor.
May I?
No, unfortunately, Honourable Murray, you don't have that privilege.
I raised my hand even before he stopped speaking.
No. This is the rights and privilege of the executive to respond. I only recognize ministers. I now recognize Minister Mayor.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I would like to respond to the issue of the farm workers. Put on record that the Western Cape is the only province in South Africa that does have a farm worker program farm worker budget, farm worker cultural program, farm worker sports program, farm worker sports committee, farm worker sports day, agri worker competition of the year. This is the only province that respects the dignity of farm workers. This is the only province in South Africa that does send the agri worker of the year to Rotterdam in the Netherlands, as well as to the biggest fruit logistical network in Rotterdam, but also the biggest fruit logistical exhibition in Berlin. And so this province has 17% of all the people that are working here in the Western Cape are employed in the agricultural sector. And this is the only province that has a prestige agri-worker program to give particular discussion for us.
1 minute, Minister Mayor, if I can just, there we go. You may proceed.
And so, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I am proud that we in this province provide dignity and respect to agri-workers in this province. If there are any abuse of agri-workers, I have asked this on numerous occasions. We have established a desk so that people who are evicted illegally or are abused or whose human rights are violated, that those matters be brought under my attention. I want to put it on the record, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that I have, in the last 5 years, not received any such incidences, and therefore, what is now happening in the House is clear political grandstanding, and I therefore reject any insinuation that we are not respecting the rights of agri-workers. Obviously, there are cases where farm workers are evicted, and I'm happy to receive those reports, and I will do the necessary to investigate and let the law go its way. But the ANC is not a friend of agriculture and therefore project their hatred on white farmers, black farmers, and colored farmers in this province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Mayor. Any further members of the executive who would like to respond? There's about 15 seconds. No? Thank you. I take
all
it
these programs to keep farm workers,
No, Honourable Moran. This is the end of member statements. We now move to notices of motion. In terms of Rule 151, all notices of motion by members are required to be delivered to the Secretary for placing on the order paper. These motions will be printed. We now move over to motions without notice. That in terms of Rule 150 pertaining to motions without notice, condolence and congratulatory were submitted to the Programming Authority prior to this plenary on the 18th of July 2023. Members are reminded that motions without notice pertaining to congratulatory and condolence will not be allowed in the sitting and have not been processed by the Programming Authority. I've been informed that in the Programming Authority meeting of the 18th of July 2023, political parties did submit the names of the honourable members in the desired order of speaking and who had wished to move a motion without notice in the sitting of this House. I will therefore, for noting and for the purpose of the minutes, call out those honourable members whose names have accordingly been submitted and approved. As follows: Honourable Murray, Honourable Murray, Honourable Bosman, Honourable Bosman, Honourable Bosman, Honourable Bosman, Honourable Bosman, Honourable Bosman, Honourable Kaiser Philander, 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 Honourable Seleku, Honourable Seleku, Honourable Kama, Honourable Dugmore, Honourable Barnes, Honourable Dugmore, Honourable Kama, Honourable Kama, Honourable Nkondlu, Honourable Vimbi, Honourable Baku Force, Honourable Sayed, Honourable Vint Voorgel. I will now put the motions duly submitted and approved by the Programming Authority to the House. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The motions will appear in the minutes of the proceedings and in Hansard in each individual member's names as if that member had read them aloud. I will now afford the opportunity for members to move motions without notice as per the standing rule of 152D. This will include motions without notice that were not approved of in the Programming Authority meeting, and members are reminded that 30 minutes stand as per the standing rule of 152D will begin now. I will accordingly follow the schedule as given to me, and I recognize the Honourable Seleko.
On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House notes the result of last night's by-election, 19 July 2023, that took place in George. That this House acknowledges that the DA prevailed victoriously at these by-elections, despite many attempts by the ANC, PBI, PA, no so good parties to derail our campaign efforts. The by-elections were hotly contested in Ward 16, 20, and 27 on a rainy day, of which the DA won Ward 16 and 27, and significantly increased its support in Ward 20. In Ward 16, the DA more than doubled its support. These wards are now in capable hands of public representatives of the Democratic Alliance by the name of Teresa J. and Michelle Paynan. And we are confident that they will serve their respective communities with passion and integrity. The good, not so good party truly is in crisis, as they lost 3 of their wards in one day. What a scandal. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Seleko, I didn't get that last part in writing there. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognise the Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move that the House notes without notice and with approval the withdrawal of Vladimir Putin from BRICS Summit to be held in South Africa. That the House notes further that the accused war criminal, Putin, should never have been allowed access to a free and democratic nation such as South Africa. That the House notes that this development has given a major boost to South Africa's chances of actually being included in the renewal of AGOA. That the House further notes and recognizes that President Cyril Ramaphosa showed no sense of justice in handling this matter and proved himself to be beholden to Russia rather than to South African interests. Notes further that the Western Cape government took a clear position on this matter by vowing to arrest Mr. Putin were he to set foot on our soil. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there
That's a
any
joke.
objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections?
Wanted to
Agreed to.
Object.
There is an objection.
Oh,
There is an
that-
objection.
Yes.
The motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognise the Honourable Murray again. Over to you, Honourable Murray.
Thank you again. Madam Deputy Speaker, I move that the House notes without notice the tremendous achievement of the City of Cape Town in being named the greatest city in the world in the Telegraph's 2023 Travel Awards. That the House further notes that this is a well-deserved accolade for one of the most beautiful cities in the world, and that this will provide a boost to our booming tourism industry, which is now growing, and is the source of thousands of jobs in the city. Further, that it recognizes the successful efforts of the City of Cape Town Metropolitan Municipality, the Western Cape Department of Economic Development and Tourism, and Westgro in promoting the city as an international travel destination. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any
Object.
objections to the motion being moved? There are objections.
Object that
The
line.
motion will be printed on the order
That's a lie.
paper. I recognise the Honourable Fry.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I, Honourable Christopher Fry, move without notice that this House congratulates Cape Town Archbishop Stephen Briston on being elevated to the position of Cardinal-elect in the Catholic Church. That Archbishop Briston will assume the position of Cardinal on 30th of September, that this House further notes that he will serve as a member of the College of Cardinals who advises His Holiness the Pope on matters related to the Church, and wishes Archbishop Brisbane well as he represents our province and country in this esteemed position. I so
Thank you.
move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honourable Bosman.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that this House acknowledges the whopping 1.4 billion that the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sports will be spending to protect youth at risk from participating in gang-related activities. That this House further acknowledges that although the department does not have the sole responsibility to tackle gang-related activities, these programs funded by the department will no doubt have an impact and an effect on keeping young people from gang activities. These programs include youth development programs, sports and recreational activities, arts and culture programs, education and skills, community engagement, and outreach. With these programs, the number of youth at risk involved in gang activities would undoubtedly rise. While some members of this House argue that the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sports is underfunded, this House acknowledges that this province gets much less funding from the national government's equitable share, and that other provinces like KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, Limpopo, and the Eastern Cape, these provinces get much more money than the Western Cape and therefore can have bigger budgets. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there no objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honourable Bartman.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House welcomes this week's Western Cape High Court judgment in the matter between Equal Education and the South African Democratic Teachers Union and the Western Cape Education Department. Notes that the court dismissed the plaintiff's challenge to provisions contained in the Western Cape Provincial School Education Act of 2018, with the court noting that the application, quote, cannot succeed and falls to be dismissed, quote, closed. Notes that this judgment reaffirms the legality and constitutionality of the Western Cape Education Department's collaboration schools model. Further notes that this week's judgment allows the continuation of the collaboration schools model and will allow the Western Cape Government Department of Education to continue its work with private sector and non-profit partners to provide free, quality education to thousands of learners in the Western Cape. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes the City of Cape Town's 17.6% electricity tariff hike, a hike that exceeds 2% more than the National Energy Regulator of South Africa, NERSA, approved, which is an odd contradiction in the provincial government, proving yet again how the DA is not in sync. In March this year, Cape Town Mayor Gideon Hill-Lewis said that Eskom's NERSA approved 18.49% price hike is unfair, unaffordable, and unjust for residents struggling with the rising cost of living. 4 months later, the City of Cape Town is fighting tooth and nail for an increase over the agreed one. We call for the DA government to sort out its house and stop playing with the livelihoods of our citizens. 17.6 is too much for people to be paying. We as the ANC reject this proposal. I so move.
Thank you. Are there no objections to the motion be moved? There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Said.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes the provincial government's plan to convert the Tafelberg creche into a homeless shelter. We, however, support the community's advocacy for a much-needed and called-for community centre instead. While we do acknowledge the importance of addressing homelessness, we believe that the proposed utilisation of the Tafelberg creche in particular is not suitable, and that there are various other provincial government buildings in the city bowl that should be seriously considered. Instead,
no, Premier, no, you must proceed. I will make sure the Premier behaves.
Instead, Deputy Speaker, we advocate for the conversion of the Tafelberg creche into a community centre, which will serve as a hub for the residents to engage in various activities. A community center will foster a sense of belonging and unity, offering a safe space for residents of all ages to come together, share ideas, and develop strong social ties. We call upon the Western Cape Provincial Government to consider this alternative approach and work collaboratively with the community to realize a vision that empowers, uplifts, and enriches the lives of its residents, while at the same time providing dignity to the homeless.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion be moved? There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Kama.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I move a motion without notice that the House strongly opposes the City of Cape Town's decision to cancel the lease agreement with Guguletu Sports and Development Trust for a piece of land which is used for sports and recreation. The city's actions have sparked widespread anger and condemnation from the community, who have to utilize the facility and have utilized for decades. While the need for a health facility is understood, disposing of this historic sports and recreation center without adequate public consultation is unfair and disrespectful. The ANC supports the community's efforts to reverse this decision and calls for a meaningful engagement with stakeholders before deciding the facility's future. The city's approach has alienated the people of Guguletu and must be reconsidered. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Are there no objections to the motion be moved without notice? There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Mvimbi. Honourable Mvimbi? Okay. I'm going to move on to Honourable Lacker.
Am I audible, Speaker?
You are. You may proceed, Honourable Lacker.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The ANC moves without notice that the House vehemently condemns the Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape for its silence and lack of accountability regarding serious accusations of voter registration fraud during this week's by-elections in George. As a pillar of democracy, political parties must uphold the principles of fairness, transparency, and integrity of electoral processes. The allegations of voter registration fraud raise grave concern about the democratic process and the protection of citizens' voting rights. We call on the DAs to promptly address the accusation and cooperate fully with the investigation to ensure the credibility and legitimacy of the electoral outcomes. Failure to do so erodes public trust in the democratic system and undermines the foundation of our democratic governance. It is the duty of the DA to be transparent and uphold the highest standards of ethical conduct, ensuring the people's voices are heard and respected. We demand the accountability and transparency in this matter, safeguarding the fundamental tenets of democracy for the benefits of all citizens. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion being moved? There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. That brings us to the end of motions without notice. We now move over to the subject for discussion. In the name of the Honourable P.T. de Villiers, as printed on the order paper, I recognize the Honourable de Villiers.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. One look at the Department of Human Settlements presentation, we find confirmation that the more things change, the more they stay the same. Close to 600,000 people still awaiting housing. Only 5,815 units were delivered. Since taking my oath for this office, I've been inundated with a request to visit people who all live in fear of losing the roof over their heads. Struggles from landlessness, homelessness, and insecure tenure to eviction, rising rents, gentrification, and unfair rental practices reminds that Cape Town inherited the broken land and housing systems from the colonial and apartheid eras, but that urban inequality is getting worse. I met with people that live in makeshift structures, city-owned rental units, and people who own lands and who are facing expropriation of their land. In Reiterbach, I visited elderly citizens that are consistently threatened with eviction. When Kumbisa Matu won a case yesterday, she was informed that all her assets were transferred, and if they refuse to sign a new lease, their contracts will be terminated, giving them a month's notice with no need to furnish any reasons for the termination of the contracts. Law enforcement is being used as a form of intimidation and harassment which was echoed. The Honourable Premier last week, whilst in Mossel Bay, introduced new armed vehicles, saying it will be used for land occupations and protests, among others. Despite the colours that have changed, the system of apartheid is alive and well in Cape Town. When Carol Jacobs was 13 years old, her family's home in Godfrey Street, District 6, was condemned and demolished. The impact has been devastating. Her family has been torn apart. The granddaughter, who now lives with a family friend, is no longer going to school. Her son is now serving 5-year sentence in Paulsmoor. There is so much land in the city that could be used to house people, but again, we have to move where we were put during apartheid, to the ghettos. Auntie Carol is not alone. Families that have lived in the inner city for generations are being priced out by rent hikes and pushed out by evictions. Month after month, families are evicted and displaced. Most families rent month to month, sometimes for generations, on verbal agreements. As options become unaffordable, most have nowhere to go. Although the Constitution protects tenants from unlawful eviction without a court order, most are bullied into leaving. Landlords send around thugs, new developers rip out electricity or take roofs off, and lawyers threaten them with legal costs. Most evictions never reach the court. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable de Villiers. I recognise the Honourable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I think it's both misleading and uninformed for the member to call the issue of housing in the Western Cape a crisis. But let's not forget that Honourable Member de Villiers is still new to this committee and might not be familiar with all the intricacies of the portfolio, so we will forgive him. Unlike other provinces, this province is the best performing province in South Africa. What we are, however, seeing is a massive increase in housing demand. This is due to a variety of factors, but can mostly be attributed to the movement of people that have over the years been seeking new life in the DA-run Western Cape. It's simple. The DA governments constantly outperform other governments, and the people of not only South Africa, but internationally are seeing the DA difference. Deputy Speaker, let me name a few things that I think are indeed a crisis. Rolling blackouts costing our economy billions. That is a crisis. Failing SOEs like SAA, Post Office Transnet, and SABC that cost payers billions of rands each financial year. Honourable Member, that is a crisis. Land invasion, construction mafia, and extortion, that is a crisis. Crime and violence in this province, it is a crisis. Institutionalized corruption by national government of ANC, it is a crisis in this country. But lastly, the recent one, Good losing 3 wards in one day, that is a crisis, Deputy Speaker. The real problem that is facing housing in this problem is the national government who always hinder DA governments from doing even more The reality is that the state is not able to provide enough of a subsidy, land or budget for the development of more affordable housing. Not only is the national ANC government unable to provide for more housing opportunities because of, but the ANC and their allies play an active role in totally derailing projects that are currently underway all across the province. We all in this House know that housing projects throughout the province are often held up and stalled by land invasions that are brought by the ANC, EFF, and the Good Party. The ANC have encouraged land grabs in Khayelitsha. The EFF have encouraged land grabs in Hermanus, and a Good Party member led a land invasion in Knopflochskraal in Diewatersloot. These are just few of the thousands of land invasions that have taken place in the province, which have ended up stalling critical housing projects that would bring relief to our most in-need residents. As a result, Deputy Speaker, the department has since spent 330 million rand to protect land parcels from being invaded. This is a lot of money, and it is money that could have been used to fund even more housing projects. I was a bit surprised as to why the Good Party member is attacking the DA for housing in the province, when his own party's policy document on housing acknowledges that housing in the Cape Town Metro has doubled over the years, while the national ANC government, who they are happily snuggling in bed with, has caused national housing delivery to decline by a whopping 60% over the past few years. Deputy Speaker, when the DA-run city of Cape Town tried to do this in Acacia Park, Eysterplaat and Wingfield, the leader of Good and then Minister of Public Works, Patricia de Lille, blocked this request and refused to hand over state land to the city. And by the way, this is initiated by her when she was still a DA member in the city. And I think that is another crisis of politicking by Minister de Lille. The land controlled by Minister de Lille and her ANC colleagues in the national government is 72 times bigger than all of the identified city-owned sites combined. And if released, would provide between 13 times and 70 times as many homes for Cape Townians. Despite this, DA governments are continuing to think outside the box. The city has 2,500 housing opportunities in the pipeline across the metro, while more than 32,000 square meters of land has been made available for more social housing within the next 5 years. Not only that, but 900 hectares of land has been acquired by the city for integrated human settlements development purposes. That's the size of about 1.250 standard soccer fields, all while thousands of housing opportunities are in the pipelines all across the province. Good also promises to give every person land ownership, but let's not forget that Auntie-Pat wants your flat. So, Deputy Speaker, the Good Party are rife hypocrites, period. They don't care about housing, they never have. They only care about power. They will continue to fight for their spot in bed of the ANC. We are already seeing this all over the Western Cape, where hundreds of Good members and councillors have ditched the empty promises of the Good Party and joined the only party that delivers on its promises, the Democratic Alliance. Maybe the crisis that the members should be focusing on, again, is the crisis of Good losing 3 words in a day. Week after week, we hear of another housing project that has been completed by the Department of Infrastructure. And more recently, the department has started to not only hand over keys, but also title deeds at the same time. This, Deputy Speaker, is a massive step in the right direction. Not only is the department responsible for human settlements, but infrastructure as a whole, and therefore this department is also able to tackle the issue of spatial planning. A great example of our efforts to tackle spatial planning is that of Conradi Park, the better living model, firstly done in this province. This 3 billion project sums up our vision for the Western Cape, an inclusive space where the city, government, the private sector, and beneficiaries work together to create well-located, mixed-income, mixed-use developments that shatter the special walls created by the apartheid government. That is the government of Democratic Alliance, the Western Cape government. Access to well-located, affordable housing in cities such as Cape Town is absolutely critical. But as I have mentioned before, our effort to acquire well-located land has in the past been blocked by Minister Patricia de Lille. While the efforts made by the department to tackle housing in the province is commendable, so much more still needs to be done. Deputy Speaker, so much more can be done if the department had more powers. That is why the DA has tabled the Provincial Powers Bill, which will enable more powers to be devolved to the police province. By devolving powers to the Provincial Department of Infrastructure, we can cut out the incapable national ANC government and accelerate housing projects in the province. In the meantime, if I have to cut my debate, the DA-run government will continue completing housing projects for those in need.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honourable Moran, I did note your sneaky comments through the microphone, but I do hope that the members here are all going to be listening to your speech and not interrupting. You may proceed.
I was testing my signal.
I noted.
Chair, Speaker. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Order. You may proceed.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the ANC to speak about the Western Cape housing crisis, a crisis that has been in the making for decades and one that is getting worse by the day. Due to Democratic Alliance-run Western Cape government's failure to build integrated human settlements in the province, we have seen the housing backlog rise to nearly 600,000. This is nearly 600,000 people who live in horrified conditions, in informal settlements, on the streets, without housing opportunities. The governing DA has had 17 years in the city and 14 years in the provincial government to address this housing backlog, but they have failed dismally to do so. During this period, we have seen exponential rise in the number of established informal settlements. According to the Department of Infrastructure's database, there have been 27 new informal settlements, amounting to nearly 13,000 structures in non-metro municipalities, and nearly 40,000 new structures from 172 established informal settlements in the metro since 2019. We now have over 112,000 structures located across 417 informal settlements in non-metro municipalities, and nearly 270,000 structures across 806 informal settlements in the city of Cape Town. Unfortunately, this is the kind of legacy the DA has built in the Western Cape. Its failure to build adequate integrated human settlements has a devastating impact on people's lives. In the non-metro municipalities, there are 54 informal settlements without electricity, 23 others with no access to sanitation, and 16 municipalities with no access to water. There are many other informal settlements with limited or no access to basic services in the metro. The influx of informal settlements and informal settlement fires is not only a symptom of landlessness and lack of housing opportunities, but it also shows that the DA doesn't care about Black lives in the Western Cape. Just last week, 5 people, including a 6-year-old child, died in informal settlement fires in Kailitsa and Philippi. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and scores of our people have perished in informal settlements fires and hundreds of thousands of others displaced and left destitute since the DA took over. This is highly unacceptable, a clear violation of people's rights, and the DA must be held accountable for it. The DA is a disgrace to this province. Our people have a right to adequate housing. When the ANC governed this province on average, we delivered about 30,000 housing opportunities per year. In 2008-2009, our last year in government, we have delivered 31,014 housing opportunities, including 15,279 service sites and 15,717 houses. Premier Winnie's government in 2019-2020 could not only deliver under 14,000 housing opportunities, including over 8,000 houses and under 6,000 service sites. In 2021-2022, the DA delivered less than 11,500 housing opportunities. This means when it comes to delivering of houses, the DA is no match for the ANC. There is no comparison there. The ANC has a far better housing delivery record than this disgraceful and uncaring Democratic Alliance. The people of the Western Cape deserve better. They deserve the ANC government that will build them adequate housing and provide them with protection from informal settlement fires and other hazards. The DA's record of housing delivery has also been characterized by delays and shoddy workmanship. Take, for instance, the Transex housing project. Tender for phase 1A of 800 top structures commenced in August 2019 and was meant to be completed in April 2022. In March this year, after a one-year delay, MEC Service finally handed over the first 44 of the much-awaited 190 houses. In June, a mere 3 months later, several of these houses were severely damaged during the heavy storms, with reported damages to roofs, walls, and windows. There are many similar stories and delays to human settlement projects in the province, such as the Rivier on the End project, Grabouw Hillside project, Paal Vlakland project, and the Kwalweni Bossigrif project in Bito. Windy's government must stop hiding behind COVID-19 pandemic and extortion syndicate for its failures to build integrated human settlements in this province. We also know that if it is a DA that started and continues to sustain extortionists through awarding them lucrative government tenders. This is why the party removed Boy as the MMC in the city. But even after his removal, gang bosses continue to be awarded lucrative government tenders. I call on the people of the Western Cape to join the ANC in demanding accountability from the DA for the Western Cape housing crisis. We need to work together with the people to find solutions that will help the people out of this DA mess, including but not limited to voting the DA out in 2024. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moran. I now recognize Honourable Klaas.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, at the heart of this debate lingers the issue of land as a primary factor, and it must be a rhetoric feature throughout. Speaker, without our black, colored, Khoi and San people will never discover the future throughout. Without land, poverty, hunger, homeless will continue to be an order of the day. As our people continue to be systematically deprived of the Constitution, right? Because they can never be accessed to housing without access to land. Speaker, it is for this reason that the EFF 7 cardinal pillar is expropriation of land without compensation for equal distribution. Speaker, 29 years into democracy and found ourselves being led by a professional government, led by DA one party without backward policies that against transformation is then too surprising why the people of Taiwan informal settlement in Khayelitsha still do not have access to housing, water, electricity, and proper waste collection and sanitation after 37 years. The situation in Taiwan informal settlement is also true and similar to the situation in almost all of informal settlement in the province. Speaker, one of the tactics used by the oppressive white political party in government, such as DA, is to turn the previous disadvantage against each other. That is why the Provincial Minister of Infrastructure, who is controlling through a remote control, to tell black and colored people that inclusive spatial planning in the inner city impossible because land is expensive there. The DA would always put a person of color in strategic position so that they be the ones who tell their fellow brothers and sisters that emancipation, freedom, and dignity are costly exercises which are not worth their while. They must focus on some other insignificant things. 29 years in democracy in the province, and both province and the local government are failing to come up with the working special plan, and they're doing in purpose. The modus operandi is to build few low-cost houses for black and colored people in the flag outposts of the city, as it has always been the case during colonialism.
Is that a point
and
of order?
apartheid.
His time is up on 0. Thank you very much, Honourable Klaas. There was a question, but it was as you reached 0, so I can't give you more time. I now recognise Honourable Burdell. Minister Burdell.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to address the House on the important matter of housing for our people today. Speaker, in a perfect world, everyone has the ability or opportunity to work and to earn money. They can then rent, buy or build their own home for their families. Shelter is one of the most basic needs we have as humans. But a house is also much more than just a shelter. It plays a central role in how we organize ourselves in communities and how we express our cultural identities. Speaker, we do not live in a perfect world, and that is why government also has the responsibility towards our people in this regard. The Western Cape is a growing province. Our population is growing as more people are attracted to the province, which is performing better in terms of economic growth and job opportunities. The Western Cape population growth for 2002 to 2022 was 2% annually. It means our population growing from 4.8 million people to 7.2 million people. For the period 2022 to 2032, it is estimated we will grow by 1.6% annually. It translates to a population growth of 7.2 million to 8.4 million people. These increases are above the national average. By 2032, the provincial population is estimated to increase with approximately 1.2 million people, Nelson Mandela-based population. By 2032, the city of Cape Town's population is estimated to increase by 850,000 people to 5.6 million people, Mangaung City, that they need to build in 9 years. By 2037, 15 years' time, the Western Cape will be the home to over 9 million people. All these people need shelter and access to basic services. Speaker, the Western Cape is also a region that is affected by climate change. We are preparing for hotter and drier climate, which will also see more intense floods and droughts. We experienced this firsthand just a month ago with the intense cold fronts and heavy rains. We also saw the impact this had on many vulnerable people and communities whose shelters were either not strong enough or built in the wrong place. Thousands of people were temporarily displaced and dependent on government and NGOs for food and shelter. There are areas in our province where development should not be allowed. There are areas where people should not be building houses. Drift sands in Cape Town is a good example. This used to be a conservation area protecting the Cape Flats Dune Sandveld, while at the same time serving as a stormwater buffer for the Cape Flats area. We have lost Drift Sands conservation area to illegal informal settlements, but of greater concern is the fact that many of the people who live there are at risk of flash flooding during the winter months. Speaker, where large numbers of people live, we must also address safety issues. Each year, the Western Cape experiences between 15,000 to 20,000 potential wildfires during the fire season in the summer months. Due to a growing population and rapid urbanization, the edge between natural areas and human settlements keeps getting smaller, thus increasing the risk of these fires to our settlements when they do get out of control. During our colder winter months, the risk changes to shack and house fires, often caused by open cooking and heating flames. A single candle then can fall over and can destroy hundreds of structures in a few minutes. That is why we have a smoke alarm project where we have up to date installed 13,000 smoke alarm detectors in informal dwellings. We cannot always save the structure during a fire, but we have not lost a life where we installed these smoke alarms. Speaker, housing is one part of a much larger context that also includes basic services such as water and electricity, schools and hospitals, economic zones, transport and infrastructure such as roads, railway, harbours and airports. A growing population means that more water is needed. Our 15-year water and drought plan is designed to help municipalities plan and budget for water resilience going into the future. We know that the demand for water will grow by more than 4% annually in the Western Cape or in the Metro, Cape Winelands, Drakensberg and Swartland. Not only do we need more water for human consumption, but we also need water security for economic growth and jobs. Speaker, we cannot simply build more houses if we cannot connect them to basic services such as water, electricity and sewage. If we build houses in areas where there are no economic opportunities, we are creating poverty traps. That is why we support municipalities with our capital expenditure framework support program. With this program, we help municipalities to develop infrastructure frameworks which provide a long-term pipeline of infrastructure projects. We help them to secure the investment needed to embark on large infrastructure projects. These frameworks also offer the basis for seeking alternative forms of finance. My Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning released our inclusionary housing policy framework last year. We know that there is a huge need for people to live closer to employment opportunities, but properties in these areas are often very expensive. This policy framework is a powerful tool for developers and authorities to find solutions for these challenges. Speaker, my Department of Local Government is there to support municipalities with technical skills and resources to plan, budget and complete infrastructure projects, which also include housing projects. Speaker, although I appreciate the fact that Good requested this debate, and I am sure we all agree that housing, especially for our vulnerable communities, is an absolute important issue, I want to ask my colleague across the aisle to not do what Good did in Knoffokskraal, where an illegal land grab was promoted by the party's leadership, and now a small local municipality is expected to resolve the humanitarian crisis not of its own making. Speaker, the truth is that we will only make progress with housing if all stakeholders play by the rules. That means illegal activities such as land grabs, tender corruption, housing list corruption, and the support of construction mafia cannot be tolerated. The truth is that we as politicians from different political parties need to first look in the mirror and ask if our actions are helping or preventing progress in providing houses to those who need it most. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognise the Honourable Baku Force.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You may proceed.
Am I audible, Deputy Speaker?
Yes, you are. You may proceed.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Mara has already given us a clear picture of the devastation impact that has been caused by the Democratic Alliance failure to build integrated human settlement in the province. By definition, these are human settlements that are planned and developed in ways that promote social, economic, and environmental sustainability. They are settlements designed to provide a high quality of life for all residents, regardless of race, class, gender, or social status. In integrated human settlement, people of all races, different backgrounds, and all income levels live together with a good sense of community in areas that have good public transportation, healthcare, access to schools, and other essential services. In addition to ANC's good housing delivery track record shared by Honorable Maran earlier, the ANC had a clear plan to build integrated human settlement before it was kicked out of power in 2009. The then ANC provincial government took a resolution for various land parcels located in middle to higher income areas owned by the Western Cape government to be released to the HDA for human settlement development. The ANC government wanted to build affordable houses in Bela, Charlesville, Constantia, Adenbos, Plainflay Observatory, and Plumstead, but these plans were stopped by the DA. Helensville administration reversed this decision when it got to office. The DA has failed to effectively use this pockets of land for integrated human settlement. Instead, they have been released to private entities for profiteering. The DA intention was to block building to affordable housing in areas near places of opportunity in the same way they are blocking building of affordable houses in the former Tafelset school site. Honorable Deputy Speaker, these are few examples of how the DA is maintaining the apartheid legacy of segregated human settlement, where people of the different class and income levels, races and backgrounds are separated from each other. It is because of DA segregated human settlement policy that crime and murder or hotspot are in the Cape Flats and surrounding townships and not in the affluent suburbs. It is this DA policy that colored and African youth constitute over 96% of youth unemployment in the province, while whites contribute less than 2%. Western Cape's long history of segregated human settlement has had a profound impact on social development in the province. The many social ills affecting youth, such as involvement in crime and gangs, drug and substance use disorder, teenage pregnancy, and many others are partly due to growing up in these communities characterized by high level of poverty, violence, poor education, and poor health. In these communities, these are limited work and economic opportunities, as well as lack of recreation and sport facilities. It is not the poor people that have felt the devastating impact of living under the DA government. The elderly persons with disability and the homeless have not been spared. One example to emphasize DA's uncaring attitude for the poor, elderly, and person with disability is that of Miss Cynthia Bless, who continues to live under poor conditions in abandoned building in Duli, in Ceres, despite her housing subsidy having
You don't hear nothing in this side.
in 2020. MEC Simas and MEC Fernandez are aware of her case, but have not yet intervened after 3 years. In these heavy storms, Ms. Bless and her son continues to live in an unsafe building with makeshift roof and windows. with no access to electricity, water, and sanitation. To this uncaring DA government, we say, give Miss Bless her house, give her children a home. How long must she wait to finally get her house? Honorable Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, Western Cape people must unite to abolish this DA segregated human settlement policy. We must bring in a government that will deliver integrated human settlement. Integrated human settlement must also take into account the plight of homeless people in the province. Homelessness is a very complex issue.
Thank you very much, Honourable
with
Member.
many contributing factors, including poverty, unemployment, mental illness, substance disorders,
Honourable Bakafos, your
overcrowding,
time
and
is up.
lack of housing opportunities. And for this reason, homeless should not be criminalized.
Honourable Member, your time is up.
People don't end up in the street by
Thank
choice. This is why the ill treatment of the
Thank
homeless.
you very much, Honourable Member. Thank you very much. Your time is up. Honourable Christians, over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape is in a housing crisis. And this problem is even bigger when you get to illegal land invasions by the irresponsible, careless and reckless EFF, telling people to invade land. And this is a major problem. Deputy Speaker, I just want to ask the Minister that the Minister said 2019, when it was still human settlements on Cape Talk, that there is new plans to fix the housing crisis. The Minister said that he spoke about innovative measures for increasing the number of sites in the Western Cape. Now, Deputy Speaker, when you look at the budget and we look at the program 4 of human settlements, 2.6 billion will deliver 9,395 houses in the 23-24 year. Now, this is totally inadequate if you look at a waiting list of almost 600,000. So I don't know what the government is going to do, but the housing backlog is getting bigger and bigger as people come to the Western Cape on a daily basis. Deputy Speaker, when you visit the people out in Leonsdale, people waiting almost 30 years for a house, when you visit people in squatter camps waiting for houses, I want to tell the Minister today, I don't know how you're going to do it, but something needs to be done, because I just met somebody yesterday from Beacon Valley saying, listen, if government don't listen, we are going to occupy land. So lawlessness is going to increase, and this is a time bomb we're sitting on. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Seleku.
Honourable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, municipal governance is a field that is simple in concept, but often difficult in practice. For sound governance at a local level, governments must manage their resources effectively and then deliver quality services with these resources. If we are to discuss the issue of housing today, we must understand that the challenges surrounding this issue are impossible to resolve without sufficient management of finite resources. And this is something which consistently only takes place under the DA governments. Of only 38 clean audits awarded to South African municipalities in the latest Auditor General's report, 21 were found here in the Western Cape. Members opposite us have questioned what it means in real terms. And the answer is simple. It means that money for housing has not been stolen or wasted. It means that the resources we need to solve the housing crisis are being preserved. And while this alone does not allow us to build more houses, it puts the necessary building blocks in place to do so. Housing is a complicated issue, and one which even wealthy nations struggle to address. But if we do not address issues such as corruption and mismanagement, we do not stand a chance of resolving it in our country. Yet again, it is the governance of the ANC which stands in our way. They refuse to release land for housing, and they refuse to implement workable policy on the issue. More than this, their constant looting of state funds has stripped this country of vital resources which could have been used to house countless South Africans. Deputy Speaker, we know all of this, but we have covered it in this House already by the different speakers. But with that in mind, allow me to take a moment to indulge in some self-criticism of myself and my caucus. We often take the time to call out the ANC's failings. This is important because so often those failings stand in the way of our progress in this province. But we often forget to discuss those parties who shamelessly compromise their principles for power. Today's debate has been sponsored by the Honorable Coach and Honorable Member Friend on behalf of the Good Party. So let us devote some time to discussing the party's track record. The party Good claims to stand for some noble goals, such as the eradication of poverty and homelessness and the basic income grant. But as we all know, pratas min werd, talk is cheap. Action speaks louder than words. And their actions show a clear desire to sacrifice the people of the Western Cape on the altar of their own political ambition. In Knoflokskraal, in my own constituency, just on the N2, good councillors encourage people to illegally invade land. They did so despite the fact that this land belonged to the National Department of Public Works, which was presided over that time by their leader, who was the Minister of Public Works, Madam Patricia de Lille. That same department would later deploy the red ants to destroy the people's shacks and push them off the land. Good promised people land, encouraged an illegal invasion, and took no responsibility for their actions. The hypocrisy is staggering. Honorable Deputy Speaker, where was Good's concern for the unhoused then? How did they account for the suffering they brought to Knoflokskraal residents? The answer is that there was no concern for the people of Theewaterskloof. Or if there was, it only extended as far as the ballot box, as they gained 3 members in Theewaterskloof Council. Far from seeking to make things better for the people of this province, Good only seek to make this debate about politics. And as we have heard from my colleague, Honorable Maseko, there is a lot that we have done as this province when it comes to the delivery of human settlements. Yet we do not see them holding their ANC partners to account in other provinces of the country. There are provinces where it's worse than what is currently happening, but we don't hear anything being said by Good. They're so obsessed, Mary dear. They are here in a desperate attempt to win votes, the only way they know how, by talking a big game.
If you can just take your seat and stop the timer, please. We have a point on order.
Chair, is the Honourable Seleko willing to take a question, Chair?
Honourable Seleko?
He can send me a DM, I'll answer to him.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed. Continue the timer.
By talking a big game, making hospital pass alliances with no plan on how to get past the try line. The shameless politicking does not even end there. This week, we have seen this same party attempting to erode the foundations of our democracy by attempting to politicize the process of our democracy and weaponize the IEC. Good claims to stand some noble goals, such as the eradication of poverty and homelessness, but their true goal remains nothing more than power and extending their fading relevance. They will do and say anything, including aligning with the ANC to extend their fading relevance. And while I welcome this debate for the opportunity it provides to showcase this government's work, I believe it is abundantly clear that this debate has been proposed to make it seem as if good is actually doing something. Deputy Speaker, we all know Leah Blikke maakt die meeste geraas. Let us not pretend that this debate is anything more than a shallow attempt to smear this government. Let us not pretend that we are here today to make any sort of progress. Let us see clearly that debate represents a shambolic attempt to discredit the only government in South Africa that is making real change. Let us take pride in the progress we have made, despite the obstacles placed in our way. And let us unite behind the vision of a better South Africa that can only and will be achieved in 2024. Concluding, Deputy Speaker, I would just want to speak to the leader of the opposition.
You have about 15 seconds.
Yes, in 15 seconds. That I would appreciate that next time when he goes to campaign, that he takes some tips for me on how to be elected as the provincial leader. Thank
you very much. I now recognize Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the housing crisis must be seen as part of the ANC's broader political strategy to keep their voters loyal to the struggle mindset and preventing them from becoming politically independent. They know that when Black people become financially independent, they tend to break the bonds that tie them to the ANC and swearing allegiance to them because they depend on social grants. The DA also cannot solve this problem, the housing crisis. They are not financially capable to do so. Now we have a situation, housing, Article 28 says everyone has a right to access to adequate housing, but the state must take reasonable legislative measures to achieve this. Now, allowing people to cross our border uncontrolled, millions of them, homeless people, is not reasonable. You, the DA, should take the government to court. This is not reasonable if they want to solve the local housing problem. Allowing people into the country who are jobless, who are homeless, who got nowhere to stay, and every piece of open land they invade. How is that reasonable in terms of the housing rights of our own citizens? Now, people cross our borders, and I challenge voters that they must please give a new government a chance to show how to solve problems. Housing, health, electricity, water, education. These problems you've given in the hands of people whose only credibility lies in the fact they can toy, wear ANC shirt, and sing struggle songs.
Thank you very much,
We can't
Honourable
solve
Murray.
the housing problems with struggle songs.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Honourable Dugmore.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Ons as die ANC verwelkom die debat in die huis vandag. Want eintlik maak dit nie saak wat die agbaar Bredel, Masek of Soleko sê nie. Feit soos 'n koei. Daar is 'n groot crisis in behuising in ons provinsie. So, Deputy Speaker, the issue here is that to deal with the issue. Sorry? Is there a problem?
You may proceed. It's
Okay.
just into-
Okay. To deal with the housing crisis.
please.
Yeah. No, to deal with the housing crisis, you need the land to do it, you need the finance to do it, and you also need the political will to do it. Now, we have the land, there is the finance But because there is no political will from the DA, you have a situation where land belonging to municipalities and the province is deliberately being withheld for actually helping to create sustainable human settlements. Both our province, KZN, and Gauteng deal with the issue of in-migration, people looking for work. But if you actually go to Gauteng and you see the incredible strides they have made in regard to providing housing, it's very clear that this province, like in the matric results, is down to 4th or 5th place when it comes to housing. Because as Member Moran said, our province, when the ANC governed, used to build double the number of houses that this DA provincial government is now building, even with bigger finances. So we welcome Honourable de Villiers en eintlik 'n drie gedruk eintlik when he het eintlik die DA gesê en hulle die front uitgesê that they are failing the competencies that are actually in this constitution. And yet they have the audacity to ask for the devolution of other competencies. Together with education and health, integrated human settlements is a constitutional obligation that must be provided by national, provincial, and at a local government sphere. So I think this was probably the weakest speech that MEC Bradell ever made. He talked about the problems, but he is leading this government, but he did not have a single solution that he proposed in regard to land, in regard to political will to make that land available. And that is really the problem with the DA. They essentially are there to preserve the privileges of those who benefited from apartheid, from colonialism, and from racism. And therefore, they don't want to rock that boat, and they are unwilling to provide land that is critically needed. This MEC for infrastructure knows very well that his mayor in Hessequa has openly called on DA members to defraud the housing beneficiary process, yet he does nothing about it. And it's clear that when it comes to the fact that 3 years ago, the High Court ruled that the sale of Tafelberg must be set aside, the provincial government and the city continue to refuse to break down apartheid spatial planning. And we as the ANC will continue to insist that Tafelberg, like other sites, must be used for social housing purposes. And we know that just 2 days ago, people of Browns Farm marched to the Civic Centre and the Western Cape Department to demand better housing. The lives of backyarders have not improved. The informal dwellers have simply not been upgraded by the city, even though they've been given money. We've had a situation in Borchards where the community there led the ANC fought and obtained the Metro Grond, but the DA is refusing to allow the people of Borchards to access that land, those houses.
Your time is up.
Dis 'n groot skande.
Thank you very much, Honourable Dugmore. I now recognise the Honourable Minister Simmers.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, members of the House, guests in the gallery, a gift and a curse. A juxtaposition of a gift and a curse is evident in the ongoing debate we are having here today, which brings to light the sponsor party's disillusionment and disconnection with the prevailing societal realities, not only within the Western Cape, but across the entire country. As a government, we prioritize evidence-based decision-making and remain committed to providing a service delivery that is guided by scientific data. Recent data indicates a notable surge in semigration to the Western Cape, reaching its peaks in years. The statistics speak for themselves, with transaction volumes associated with semigration currently constituting 14% of the total domestic relocations, the highest since tracking commenced in the Q4 of 2007. Conversely, immigration-related volume sales stand at 8%, as reported by FNB senior economist Siphamandla Mkhwanazi. Additionally, based on the Ratings Africa rankings of municipalities, there is a compelling reason to relocate to the Western Cape, as our municipalities are more financially robust and, therefore, more likely to consistently deliver services. These sentiments were expressed by Andrew Gold, Chief Executive of Pam Golding Property Group. However, for the Western Cape government, the efficacy and transparency that define our administration also carry a dual aspect, presenting both a gift and a challenge. We acknowledge the advantages that stem from being an efficient and transparent government, but we are equally aware of the responsibilities that come with it. Maar, voorzitter, ons kla nie, ons bewys deur ons werk. The opposition calls it a crisis because our housing database waiting list numbers are transparent and precise at 601,044. Unlike the rest of the 8 other provinces, we know the targets and numbers we are working with and towards. Yes, indeed, our data is more precise than any other province. So, what are we doing about this? We are the only province that has openly undertaken the initiative of hosting verification drives. Yes, between September 2019 and March of this year, my department visited all 5 districts for a database verification drive, and I am about to commence the second round of verifications focused on affordable housing across all 5 of our districts in the Western Cape. Because we believe the construction of any building must start with a solid foundation. So we don't complain, we mitigate. To clear the backlog of the waiting list at one go, Honourable Member, I have often said that we would need in excess of 100 billion rand. However, it is essential to acknowledge the reality, as such an extensive budget cannot be provided for. So, as the DA-led government, we do what we do best. We formulate strategies that are informed by scientific data. The department is undertaking focused research to identify options aimed at enabling the social housing sector. It is also maximizing housing opportunities by developing key inner-city projects at greater densities and pace. The research also identifies some of the regulatory and institutional questions related to these resourcing options. One of these is the Milk Park project in Cape Agulhas, the first project of its kind in the country. It is called a deferred ownership project, validating the Western Cape government's innovation-driven approach. There is such demand across our province, yes, but for this initiative we had to pilot it to ensure that we can roll it out into other municipalities in due course. Once again, it is proof of the accuracy of our research across this province. This rent-to-own option offers applicants to rent for a period of up to 36 months, during which time prospective buyers will be assisted by our department and other key stakeholders in improving their credit records and the level of affordability. And after 36 months, the purchase is then done through what is now called the First Home Finance Subsidy Program. And by the end of this this financial year, we will be delivering the first 30 pilot units occupied by individuals who would never have ever had a housing opportunity. And we are also making social housing affordable to all. We were so convinced about this, Honourable Member, that the funding capital for this pilot site in Cape Agulhas came from our own department's money, because National does not want to finance creativity in the housing sector. Furthermore, over the next 5 years, we will be building 4,946 social housing units. I need to emphasize, social housing unit is a rental option, not an ownership option. This against a budget of 2.17 billion rand. We have a total of 21 projects in our pipeline ready to deliver and will be delivered by this government, Honourable Member. But I must address a misconception put forward by the opposition members that our projects are far from economic hubs. We believe in integrated development that benefits our communities. And as an example, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I invite any member and opposition members to take the 8-minute drive from these chambers to Maitland Mews in Maitland and see for themselves that our commitment to enhancing economic growth and accessibility is evident in brick and mortar. But making affordable housing more affordable has been our key drive since 2019. Because over the last few years, we have proven to be the leader in delivering affordable housing for those possible beneficiaries earning between 3,501 and 22,000 rand through the First Home Finance Program, formerly known as FLISP. We have delivered 5,103 houses for the period 1st of April 2019 until the 31st of March 2022. Once again, outperforming any other province as I speak. This is only the beginning, Honourable Deputy Speaker, because between 2022 and 2023, until 2026-2027, we will further deliver an additional 6,820 housing units focused for this specific market. Because between the 1st of April 2019, 31st of March 2022, this department created, and I would allow the Honourable Marian to listen now, 42,134 housing opportunities between the 1st of April 2019 till the end of March 2022. This consisted of 16,249 sites and 25,885 houses. Numbers don't lie, and the quality also do not lie overall. But why did we not deliver more, you may ask, which is a very good question. And you are right that we could have delivered way more than the figures I have just given. But again, certain leaders of certain parties encouraged communities and incited them to invade land that was developable for human settlement development. And we cannot deny the impact of land invasions on the human settlements cluster, and also the impact of what is now called the construction mafia. Yes, because as much as policing is not my department's responsibility, to ensure the safety of our sites and the safety of the land that we can still develop, we've had to spend 499.655 million rand between April 2020 until the end of June 2023, a staggering amount. However, we are solutions-oriented as a governing party. And on the eve of the pandemic, to ensure that we give power to our people, to ensure that they can firstly register themselves on the database, to know when a project is coming, we were the first and still remain the only province that has a housing app called the WCG app. And up until the 18th of July, on Tata Madiba's birthday, we have seen 24,000 people download this app. We have assisted 1,726 people to register themselves properly, once again, in the palm of their hands, wherever they are in this province. And we've also seen 1,081 people who would in other instances never have gone access to the housing offices, actually update the information. So, honourable members, I spoke about innovation when I started my term. This is the first stepping stones of innovation under this DA-led government. Maar het lijkt vir my dat ons moet altyd voor wees vir die rest van die land. Because, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the National Department is now looking to our province to see how they can use our technology in the 8 other provinces. But as much as we build with brick and mortar, as much as we are innovative, our policies and our projects also empower communities from an economic perspective. And between the 1st of April 2019 and the 31st of March last year, we ensured that through our various projects across this province, just under 4,000 job opportunities were created. We empowered 727 women on these sites. We gave 2,037 youth work. I need to emphasize youth, member Baku Force. But another component which we are responsible for is, sadly, military veterans. And I use the word sadly because as much as I know what the Western Cape's data is, you can't trust the Department of Military Veterans database, which is why even as low as 142 units might sound, that's more than any other province as well. So, Honourable Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, we are committed to improving the quality of our people's lives, which is why earlier this year I spoke of our investment of 24 million rand to deliver 976 solar geysers. So we are here for our people, we do care for our people. Ons bou voort, en ons kan nie meer wag vir die zombie ANC nie. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie, Minister. I now recognise you, Honourable de Villiers.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I thank you so much, and for everybody who took part in this debate. I heard about a few things and statistics, and we talk around the problem that apartheid caused us to be in this predicament that we are now. So I want to pose a few questions here. Speaking about Knoflookkraal, is the DA aware of the Woodstock family being evicted from their home with a housing kit without land? So where do they go? Are they aware of the children of Flamingoites? Are they aware of the people who live daily in fear of being evicted and that has nothing to do with Good losing 3 wards. Because if the Premier and the DA, if they do not know, or if they do about all these things, the Good Party categorically states here that he is a custodian of apartheid principles that are still alive and well in the Western Cape and in Cape Town. And if the Honourable Premier is not aware of these situations, Honourable Speaker, which is in this province and which is entrusted to him, then the Good Party categorically says that the Premier are well out of his depth and are playing rugby in the swimming pool. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable de Villiers. That concludes the debates for today, and that concludes the business for the day. The House is hereby adjourned.